What's good, everybody? Welcome back to another testing builds live stream here. This is a follow on from the stream that I did yesterday. If you check that out, then you kind of know what the situation is. If you're just tuning in or checking out this VOD for the first time, then I'll let you know what's going on. Basically, I've kind of gone over through all the specializations and got like a quick, 20-30 minute look at all of them. Kind of check to see how they feel compared to BFA. And now what I'm doing is I'm trying to dive into each class, each specialization, and just take a deeper look, right, at the talent builds, see if there's a fun build that I can come up with, something that I'll enjoy. I'm not digging into every single build, but just trying to, get a little more of a closer look at the different things. And I'm also kind of snatching up some legendaries and trying those out and seeing how they might want to affect builds that I want to play, and just kind of getting a feel for that. And along with this, what I'm really trying to do is test out open world content questing, like solo builds. Because I like to kind of set those up as the first guides that I put out for an expansion. So if somebody boosts a character or you're just getting started, you're ready to quest, you kind of have something to help you in that process. So that's really what I'm focused on here. And, I did 4 classes on the last stream. We're going to see how many we can get through on this stream. And, when this is done, guess what? It'll be another round of testing, and maybe it'll be in dungeons, or it'll be with, covenant abilities and soulbinds. So I don't know. But right now what I'm doing is checking out these builds. So got a couple of requests from the previous stream that I'm trying to get to, but I think I'm going to kick things off with Warlock today. And I've got a couple of Warlocks on here already. Let's see if there's... I think we're going to use this dude for our testing. Did they release the legendary equipment for rogues? No, they did not. There was no patch to the beta today, so rogue is currently the only class that has like 0 legendary powers available right now. So if we do get in and test rogues, then it's going to be without any sort of legendaries to test out as well. So... Oops. Probably help if I, hit the check mark there. All right, so we're going to be checking out Warlock. And the first thing we're going to do is go see if there's any legendaries that I want to grab and test out. This isn't a thorough test of all the legendaries. I'm going to do that further down the road. There are still legendary powers missing. There are things that are going to be tweaked. So I'm not really worried about doing a comprehensive overview of legendaries at the moment. I just kind of want to grab some of the ones that they have in game and see if I want to, test them out, see if they change up any of the builds and things along the way. Sid, hello, welcome to the stream. I think it's the first time I've seen you here, so thanks for checking out the stream. Definitely appreciate it. All right, so generic Warlock stuff. We've got, let's see, Demonic Tyrant, Drain Life. Markabar Power sounds kind of interesting. Not worried about that one. That could be cool. I definitely want to check out Forces of the Horn Nightmare. Okay, so we're just going to grab some legendary mats. So right now we're spec'd Demonology, and the way the legendaries are set up is there's 4 legendary powers that are class wide, so no matter what specialization you're playing, you have access to them. And then there are 4 that are specific to the specialization that you're playing on. So we're going to grab these. We're going to get some materials so we can craft some of these legendaries and take them out for our testing. So let's see what we can get. All right, in the ring slot, is there anything we want? I want to try this. Hand of Gul'dan has a 15% chance to cast a second time on your target for free. 15% is not a lot. So I don't expect to really like this legendary, but if it triggers fairly often, then it might actually be kind of fun. What do we got here? Each soul shard spent on Hand of Gul'dan increases the damage of your next call Dreadstalkers. That's fine. It's kind of mathy. Demonic Gateway. Nothing. Drain life. Shadow Bolt increases the damage of your next demon bolt. Nah. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all I want for demonology. I got the crazy Hand of Gul'dan second proc thing. I think that might be all that I want. Yeah, so let's check the other specializations. Let's check out Affliction and see what options we have there, because maybe we want to pick up a legendary for them. I'm a new follower. Good to be here. Awesome. Well, thanks. All right, so what do we have here? Agony has a 20% increased chance to generate a soul shard. That sounds kind of like mathy, but I still want to try that because soul shard generation, that's... I think right now for Affliction, like, Agony is the only way you really generate soul shards. That might be cool. Let's see if we can get these two. So we want Perpetual Agony and Wrath of Consumption. So let's see what pieces we can get these on. So we've got Pillars of the Dark Portal. All right, there's Perpetual Agony, so let's grab that. And Wrath of Consumption. There we go. Okay, and let's switch over to Destruction and see if there's any we want to pick up here, and then we'll be ready to go out and start testing. And I'm actually really excited to show off Warlock because I honestly am liking every single specialization for Warlock. Conflagrate has 1 additional charge. 3 charges. Yeah, I feel like we should try that out. The Cinders. And I want to try Embers, actually. I want to try both of those. So let's see what we can get them on. So Pillars again. That's the Claw. That's Madness, but we want Cinders. Okay, come on. There's the Cinders. All right. And let's see if we can get the other one. Are we gonna have to buy some gear here? We are. Okay, so we are missing a robe and a cloak and a ring. Now, this is the first time I've had to do this, actually, on any of the classes that I've tested. So there's a ring, cloak, chest. Okay, let's socket these in. We got the ring. Nope. Cloak. There we go. Okay. All right, we got him. Let's go. Loken143, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. We are testing out Warlock. Man, did I get... Like, this drives me nuts. Give me... Oh, I'm not in a rested area. I want Burning Rush so bad. So I think we're going to start out taking a look at Destruction, because to me, like, Destruction is my most played specialization for Warlock. It doesn't feel all that different from BFA, so I think I can kind of like plow through it pretty quickly and just check out a couple of like talent builds, maybe throw in some of the legendaries and get a feel for what's going on there. And then we can switch over to Demonology and Affliction, which I have played, but I think... Affliction has a pretty significant change, and I'll just need to dabble around more with those, I think, because I'm not as familiar with them. So to catch up on Warlock, we've got across the board curses are back for Warlock. So we have Curse of Recklessness, Curse of Tongues, Curse of Exhaustion. Honestly, I just don't care about these curses at all. Not to say that they're not useful, they just don't excite me even like a little bit. But they're there if you want them. So exhaustion reduces movement speed, recklessness increases an enemy's damage done, but also increases its damage taken, and then Curse of Tongues slows down casting speed. I think we also have Curse of Weakness, which slows down attack speed. It's basically the melee version of Curse of Tongues. Along with that, Corruption is available across the board. Drain life, fear, health funnel, the usual stuff. That's about it. So curses are back. It's like nothing super crazy for Warlock as far as the unpruning and the putting more abilities back into the class itself instead of specializations. It doesn't really, like, some classes got some pretty significant like additions that just feel really good to have across the whole class, but I don't think Warlock was one of those. How many times have I dropped off these waterfalls, get over here to kill a bunch of panthers? Kind of want to find like another spot that I could test this stuff at, but get off me. Nice thing is if I run this thing by these two, they actually attack it. Well, they did. There we go. Good. Get it off me. Devin says, I'm new to WoW and looking for the right classes. I like competitive classes, but really want something fun too. I'll watch your Blood DK guide, by the way, is super helpful. Awesome. Most of the classes I think are going to be fun depending on, what your playstyle is. And usually there's a way you can make them fun anyway. So I kind of tested out Destruction a little bit already on this guy and set up the talents a little bit kind of how I wanted them, how I typically play. So if we're looking at Destruction, we have our core abilities. So we've got Immolate. You throw this on the target. It does a little bit of fire damage, then it does a big fire dot. It also generates soul shard fragments and has a chance to generate additional ones. You got your Drain Life, deals damage over time and heals you. You got Incinerate, which is your other way to generate soul shard fragments. So you cast this and it hits the enemy, does some damage, generates some fragments. And then we have Conflagrate. This is an instant cast ability that deals 1,200 damage, which is a pretty good amount, and reduces the cast time of your next Incinerate or Chaos Bolt, which brings us to Chaos Bolt, which is our big chunky soul shard spender that we hurl at people for big damage. 2,400 chaos damage here. And then we also have Rain of Fire, which is kind of like our Chaos Bolt replacement if we're in AoE. And then we've got some big cooldowns like Summon Infernal and stuff like that. For passives, we've got Backdraft, so Conflagrate will reduce the cast time of your next Incinerate or Chaos Bolt, which that's like baked into that. And then also we've got our Mastery, which increases our spell damage and reduces the damage we take by like random amounts, but within a range. So the main like basic rotation here is like you throw like an Immolate on something. You can Conflagrate if you want to. If you need to generate more soul shards, then you're going to be casting your Incinerate. But if you have enough to cast like a Chaos Bolt, then you could just chuck a Chaos Bolt out there. And for the most part, you want to use your Conflagrate when you know you're going to cast Incinerate or Chaos Bolt, preferably Chaos Bolt. Where is my demon? Get out. No, Belgrave, you stay. I actually really like the name Belgrave, and I'm kind of mad that that's not going to be my Voidwalker's name. So yeah, open up with your Immolate, right? We're good here, so we can Conflagrate and go ahead and cast our Chaos Bolt, and then we want to generate some more soul shard fragments, so we can do that with incinerate, or if our immolate comes off, we can just immolate again. And this is like the basic flow, ignore talents, just do what you're supposed to do sort of build here. Boop. And then we incinerate. Right, that's just standard good old Destruction Warlock. So if we're in like an AoE situation here, we can go ahead and drop like a Rain of Fire instead, but we're down to single target again, so we'll just flow back into Chaos Bolt. If our health is low, we can always cast like Drain Life. I love how everything, like I'm trying to go back over here and mess with talents and like everything spawned. If you want to, you can open combat with a Chaos Bolt since it does have a pretty long cast time, but there's really like no need to do that because your Void Walker should just tank this stuff for you. Also, when you get down to finishing off targets, if you want to, you can just cast Drain Life to kind of get it over with. But it's usually good to start generating soul shard fragments by casting like Incinerate or something. Andy, another new face. Have you done Fire Mage yet? Sorry for asking, just in case I missed it. So I've done every class and every specialization in the deep dive videos that I did, which were just kind of like getting a feel for the classes. I don't know why I call them deep dive, but whatever. That's what they're called on the channel. So if you look up deep dive mage, you can get a feel for the Fire Mage. I haven't done these like build testing videos for mage yet, so you have not missed that. Yeah, Eggy's got it. So 2 different types of videos. You're just going to see me play each class and specialization over and over and over again in the beta to test stuff out. So if we get into the talents for destruction, I think I kind of have these set up either the way that I like them or for testing like purposes. So on tier 15, we've got Flashover. Conflagrate deals 25% increased damage and grants an additional charge of Backdraft. So what that means is when you cast Conflagrate, you get 2 of the cast time reductions for your Chaos Bolt instead of just 1. And you get some extra damage from Conflagrate as well. That really just lets you kind of build up to that a little bit faster. We got Eradication. Chaos Bolt increases the damage you deal to the target by 10% for 7 seconds. So usually by the time you cast Chaos Bolt, you're like a quarter of the way through the target's health, and then Chaos Bolt brings you down to like 25%. So this is like an increased 10% damage for the remainder of the target's health in a lot of situations. We also have Soulfire. This is a 3.8 second cast, 45 second cooldown, burns the enemy's soul, dealing 4,200 fire damage and applying Immolate. And it generates a full soul shard, not a soul shard fragment. So pretty nice. I actually kind of like this. The 45 second cooldown is pretty long, but that's a ton of damage. And I think I kind of want to test that out, actually. Flashover might just end up being like the kind of like boring, mathy, good choice. But I definitely want to try Soulfire, so we're going to do that. On the 25 row, we've got Reverse Entropy. Your spells have a chance to grant you 15% haste. That's always nice on Destruction because we're casting a lot of like single target cast time spells. We've got Internal Combustion. Chaos Bolt consumes up to 5 seconds of Immolate's damage over time to instantly deal that much damage to your target. So if you're putting Immolate on the target anyway, then when you do get to Chaos Bolt, it'll eat some of that damage, and it basically just makes the Chaos Bolt hit a little bit harder. We also have Shadow Burn. This costs a full soul shard, is instant with an 11-second recharge, and has 2 charges. So this says blast a target for 1,300 damage, gaining 50% critical strike chance against low health targets. And if the target dies within 5 seconds, you get the soul shard back. So this is a like sort of an executability that you can pick up for Warlocks, which actually might not be that bad. I kind of like that idea. Like eradication, right? So your Chaos Bolt will hit hard, and then you have Shadow Burn as sort of like an execute ability. That might be a cool combo to check out too. Hey, Set, do you reckon the Demon Hunter Venthyr Covenant ability will be the best PvP Covenant ability for Demon Hunter? I don't remember what the ability is, actually. The Venthyr ones are the only ones I haven't really gotten to test extensively because to test them right now, you have to actually go do the quest to join the Venthyr Covenant, whereas every other Covenant, you can just go to their zone and try the Covenant ability. So that is something that I'm probably going to look at after I get done with these tests. So we've got Demon Skin, Burning Rush, Dark Pack. I pretty much always take Burning Rush because you're so slow on a Warlock, and this just lets you get from place to place pretty easily, and you can counteract the damage that you take from Burning Rush by grabbing Drain Life. 35, we've got Inferno. Rain of Fire damage is increased by 20%. That's fine. I don't often use Rain of Fire very much while I'm out in the open world, so I normally don't pick this. We've got Fire and Brimstone. Incinerate now also hits all enemies near your target for 40% damage and generates 2 Soul Shard fragments for each additional enemy hit. This is pretty nice. It helps you generate your Soul Shards a lot faster, and it turns your spammy ability Incinerate into like a multi-target hit. I usually take this one, but I like Cataclysm too. So Cataclysm has a 30-second cooldown, 1.9 second cast, and basically you put it out and it does 1800 shadow damage to all enemies within 8 yards, and it just puts Immolate on all of them. So it's a very nice little ability to use, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So I don't know if this is the right pick. I want to test the rotation and see how it fits in, because Fire and Brimstone might just be like an easier, kind of like Flashover. It might just be like an easier pick here. On 40, this is kind of our like CC talent row. We've got reduction on Shadow Fury, and Shadow Fury is our AoE stun. Or we could pick up a different ability. I usually, for like the CC, unless I feel like I'm just missing a CC, will take like the passive one that affects the thing I'm already going to use anyway, which is Shadow Fury. For 45, we got Roaring Blaze. Conflagrate increases your fire damage to the target by 30% for 8 seconds. So with this talent in here, and yes, some of these I definitely did not change. With this one, when you hit Conflagrate, then you want to deal fire damage, which is not what Chaos Bolt is. So Conflagrate into Chaos Bolt is kind of like not really using the Roaring Blaze here. I think you want to like Conflagrate into like Incinerate or maybe Rain of Fire or something like that instead. Then we got Reign of Chaos. While your initial Infernal is active, which is one of our big cooldowns here, every Soul Shard you spend has a chance to summon an additional Inferno that lasts 10 seconds, so you can summon a whole bunch of them. And then we have Grimoire of Sacrifice. Sack your demonic pet for power, gaining its command demon ability. So in general, I don't like this. I like to have the pet. This is kind of like Lone Wolf on a Hunter, where it lets you get rid of your pet in exchange for some additional power. And I just prefer to have the pet, generally speaking, especially in open world content. So I'm not in love with this talent line at all, because I have the option to get rid of my pet, which I like, buff a 3-minute cooldown ability that I only use in like oh crap situations, or set up some increased fire damage in a situation where I'm probably going to be casting chaos damage ability immediately after. So I don't love this. We're gonna have to mess around with it. And then on 50, I really like Channel Demon Fire, but we'll look at all these. So Soul Conduit says every Soul Shard you spend has a chance to be refunded. That's pretty nice. Can help you with your flow of your rotation. Because I find that on Destruction, a lot of times I am like, come on, give me the Soul Shards. I just feel like, like I'm not necessarily generating them super fast all the time. Then we have Dark Soul Instability. This is a 2-minute cooldown that increases your critical strike chance by 30% for 20 seconds. Not a huge fan of the longer cooldown abilities in open world content. Then we have Channel Demon Fire, which is a 24-second cooldown, And this launches 15 bolts of Fellfire to random targets affected by Immolate, and each bolt deals 196 fire damage to the target and 78 to nearby enemies. So we're talking about 3,000 damage, and you can control what gets hit with this. Because if you put Immolate on a single target, then every bolt will hit that target. If you have Immolate on a couple of targets because you did like a Cataclysm or something, then the bolts will kind of go around randomly and deal their damage like that. But if you do the single target Immolate Channel Demon Fire, it's a big chunky burst of damage that I like having. All right, so I want to check out a couple of these other talent builds. So the first thing I want to see is if we can set up this execute combo here. So let's pick up Eradication and Shadow Burn. So Chaos Bolt's going to increase the damage we deal. Shadow Burn's going to give us a little like sort of execute ability we could hopefully use. And then we're going to grab Burning Rush because I just am going to have that for utility. And let's see. I think let's try Fire and Brimstone to get some soul shards built up quicker. That way we can reliably cast Soul Shard or Shadow Burn and Chaos Bolt. And I think we're good with that. And maybe let's grab Soul Conduit. Let's try this out. So the idea is we're trying to generate a bunch of soul shards so that we can Chaos Bolt. And then when we have Chaos Bolt did our target, then we're like casting Shadow Burn as kind of like an execute. So let's put that down here. And let's just see how this plays out. All right, so now we're still going to Immolate. Right, we're going to Chaos Bolt. Okay. So if we have Roaring Blaze, it says Conflagrate increases your fire damage to the target by 30% for 8 seconds. So it looks like kind of that flow actually works out here. So we Immolate, right? And then if we've got the soul shards, we go straight into a Chaos Bolt. And then we can Conflagrate, Immolate, and we don't even need Shadow Fury at that point. So I guess the question is, can we skip that fire damage combo altogether and just go straight into Shadow Fury? So if we do Immolate into Chaos Bolt into Shadow Fury, it looks like, yeah, that's not going to be enough without some crits. Yep. So like we didn't get the soul shard back from that. So we probably do need to Conflagrate there. But I don't know. Then it just feels like we don't need Shadow Fury at all. So we'll do some more rotations here. Immolate, right? Chaos Bolt. And then we hit Conflagrate. And we go into Incinerate. And then, yeah. Like, they're basically dead at that point. So then, like, Shadow Bolt just kind of becomes kind of useless. Or Shadow Fury. Yeah, if we don't quite hit that amount of health, it seems to work all right. Like, these have kind of a medium amount of health, I think. 9,000 is decently... It's a decent amount for a level 60 target. So Chaos Bolt, Conflagrate, Incinerate, Shadow Fury. Yeah, I mean, we can cast Shadow Fury, but I don't like I said, I don't know if we need to. So let's try. Roaring Blaze is the lesser of 3 evils. Oh, Haroon, welcome. Yeah. So let's try, maybe internal combustion is just good enough. I kind of want to try reverse. Let's try reverse entropy first. Same concept, but we're just cutting shadow, whatever. Shadow burn out of it. All right, so we're going to immolate. So we didn't get... Okay. We didn't get that at all. Man, 15% is so low. It feels so low anyway. So let's see if we can get that to proc. Okay, so we got it there. Yeah, it feels okay when it hits. It doesn't, it's not like amazing. Yeah. I think it's too low of a proc for me to want to put it in there. So I think maybe it is just internal combustion. So now our Chaos Bolt will just hit a little bit harder. It'll increase the damage we deal to the target, so we can get like a conflagrate, incinerate in there. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. There we go. That's part of the problem too. Okay, so right now I'm casting Chaos Bolt, but I'm not letting, like, it has time until it hits, and then I want to cast Conflagrate. So before I was hitting Conflagrate as soon as I cast Chaos Bolt, so it wasn't hitting, right? So I need to wait for it to hit, then I get the damage boost, and then I can go into a couple of Incinerates because we have the fire damage boost. All right, let it hit, Conflagrate, and Incinerate. All right, so my verdict is I don't love it. That's not... It doesn't feel... I don't know. It doesn't feel fun. It feels fine. Like, it's getting the job done, but it doesn't... I'm not excited about casting that rotation. So let's see if we can tweak and go a different direction. Maybe do, like, Cataclysm, some Channel Demon Fire shenanigans and stuff. Zachy says, did they level Squish? Yes. So max level for Shadowlands is going to be 60. And I think we start out at level 50 if you're currently max level. Okay, so let's kind of, like I said, that wasn't super fun. Let's see if we can tweak things up here. And I think we're going to grab Channel Demon Fire. We're going to get Cataclysm. Do we want to... I think let's try Soulfire as well. And I think we can leave the rest the same. So let's grab Soulfire, Cataclysm, Channel Demon Fire. So I think this might be an interesting combo. So on a single target, we Soulfire, and then we Channel Demon Fire, which should just murder them. On multi-targets, we Cataclysm, and then we Channel Demon Fire. And then we still have... Do we still have... No. Okay. So we don't have like a... We could maybe Rain of Fire. Because these are not spinning our soul shards. They're also not generating soul shards. Except for Soulfire, I guess, gives us 1. So let's give this a shot. Let's try this out. So we kind of ignore all the other stuff that we're doing, and we're gonna Soul Fire or Cataclysm, and then also channel Demon Fire. Okay, let's just try it out, okay? It might be weird. Okay, so we do this. Oof. Oh, nice. And dead. But that is on... That's a pretty long cooldown, so we can't do that every single time. And against multiple targets, I think that's going to be significantly weaker. So let's get our Void Walker to go wrangle up some of these things. Go get them. Oh, get this one too. Alright, so let's use our Cataclysm into channel Demon Fire. Kind of silly. And then I took Rain of Fire out because I'm a genius. I would like this more. I think I would like this one better in general if the cooldowns weren't so freaking long, but they are super long. Oh, I whiffed. Okay, we got it though. Yeah, if the cooldowns weren't as long, then I think I would like this one better, but it's like if you're not using your cooldowns, like what are you doing? I guess you're just doing Chaos Bolt for internal combustion and Conflagrate. I guess like Conflagrate. Yeah. So if stuff is on cooldown, then maybe we're just doing like that. Into this. Into Incinerate. Ooh, that feels bad. Oof. I did like the single target here is pretty strong. You gotta wait for Soulfire to hit. Oh, and then that just destroys. But then for 20 seconds, like I said, what are you doing? I guess you're just spinning shards. Or trying to regenerate shards for the next time that Channel Demon fires off cooldown. And we're gonna drop this baby on there. Oof. Man, they killed him. Oh man, that sucks. They killed the demon. I don't know. I don't like that build either. So chances are we're going to wind up with something like in between. Neo Cryptor says, how's it going? Pretty good. How you doing? Let me catch up here. Locks don't feel like locks anymore. Full stop. I don't know. I think locks feel pretty good. Destruction is kind of a... I feel like it hasn't changed at all from BFA, and like I'm just reaching. I'm like, please give me a build that's different, please. And there's just like nothing there right now. So maybe a legendary will do the trick. So we'll check out some legendaries here in a second. How's Discipline looking? I main a healer, usually Resto Shaman, but it's been a long time, so looking for something fresh. Losses Discipline is different for sure. Every time I play a class, it's weird. I do like my melee, so... what do we have here? So we just have this. Conflagrate has 1 additional charge and has its recharge time reduced by 3 seconds. So Mega Conflagrate build is what we're going for here. So what do we want with this? Let's see. Conflagrate deals increased damage and has a chance to grant a charge of Backdraft. And then we go for Our conflagrate increases our fire damage. So then what else? What else? We want fire and brimstone for fire damage. Let's go with entropy for haste, maybe. Demon fire does fire damage, so that seems pretty good. Soul fire does fire damage too. I don't know. Let's just go spam the hell out of conflagrate and then burn stuff with fire. So what's the charge time on this? 9 seconds. That's not bad. So I think with this, we want to like conflagrate, immolate, channel demon fire, and then cycle back around. Maybe. Wow, that hit hard as hell. That's not bad. Now what if we only have the one target? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just missing something here. Obviously, like, I still have chaos bolts that I can throw out. I am generating, like... Am I generating a lot of soul shards, or am I just not spending them? I think I'm just not spending them. So let's try spending some and see. Maybe this does generate a lot of soul shards. Alright, so we go this into a chaos bolt. Okay, that felt pretty good. Can we repeat it? That into this and this to get that fire damage, and then chaos bolt. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's keep going. Let's keep chaining. See if we can keep enough soul shards available for this combo. Okay, that's not bad. So if we're gonna do things that way, then maybe we want internal combustion instead. Let's try it. I'm gonna use up all of my talent books just doing destruction. This is probably gonna be the last test for destruction. Okay, so let's see if this little combo here will work. Yep, that's nice. Let's do it again. Not bad. That didn't quite get us to Chaos Bolt level. But I think we actually can get 2 hits of Immolate in before the fire damage thing goes away. Weird, it's not doing the, it's not showing the... Oh, okay, it's on the target. Gotcha. So that... Okay, it's on the target. Got it. Okay. So this into an immolate, into incinerate, incinerate. Okay. We might actually even be able to get 3 incinerates in there. I feel like we want to... Do we have a different soul shard spender we could pick up? Oh, we've got shadow burn. Yeah, let's do that. That might actually do the trick. So instead of worrying about casting Chaos Bolt right now, let's cast Shadow Burn. Because that says it does shadow flame damage, which I don't know if that counts as fire, but either way. Alright, so we do this into immolate, incinerate, incinerate, into Shadow Flame. Oh. Incinerate. Incinerate. Nah, that doesn't feel good. All right, I'm done with destruction. I'm not feeling like I don't feel like these rotations are bad. I just man, I know what affliction can do, and I'm like, I just want to go over to affliction. Shiny must loot. I know. I like for the first, I don't know, 6 streams, I just kept compulsively looting, and now I've managed to stop myself. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I think this took destruction down quite a bit in my rankings. Just messing around here. I don't know. Like, I really don't like this talent row. It feels like if I don't like do this conflagrate fire damage thing, that I'm just like missing out. So maybe I would take something else. I don't know. But I think I could definitely get the job done, right? Questing on destruction and stuff, but it just feels so similar to BFA that yeah, it's definitely going down for me. I think I have Demonology Warlock as a C tier, and I think I'm actually moving it to F tier. So I'll link this to you guys. This is a rankings that I have just based on the fun that I'm having with each of the specializations, if you want to check that out. All right, let's do Demonology. Let's give this a try. I'm catching on my chat here. Yeah, originally Discipline was meant to be like the damage prevention healer, and Holy was healing, like direct healing through the damage. You guys are getting mad because I'm not looting. It's too bad. It's just beta, man. I can't do anything with all this garbage. Do you guys want this these fleecy paws? I will mail all of the ones I get to you in the actual release. You whiners. Okay, let's check out Demonology. So, Demonology feels pretty decent. So we've got the usual kind of stuff going on for Demonology. So we have our Call Dreadstalkers. This costs 2 soul shards. Throws the Dreadstalkers out there. They fight for 12 seconds. We've got Hand of Gul'dan, which summons imps based on how many soul shards you spend on it. If you spend 1, you get 1. 2, you get 2. 3, you get 3. So those cost soul shards. And then we can generate some soul shards with Shadow Bolt, which does some damage and generates 1. And Demon Bolt, which does some damage and generates 2. We also have our Implosion, which doesn't generate or cost anything, and it throws all your imps forward and they explode and deal damage. We have Summon Demonic Tyrant, which is like our big cooldown. It generates 5 soul shards, and the Tyrant comes out and increases the duration of your lesser demons and increases the damage of all your demons by 15% while damaging your target. Now, the kind of key here is this demonic core. So we have we've got our like increased demon damage done. We've got Soul Link, which 20% of the damage you take goes to your demon, and Soul Leech will also heal you and your pet for some of the absorption it grants. But here, demonic core says when your wild imps expend all their energy or are imploded, you have a 10% chance to absorb their life essence, granting you a stack of demonic core. When your summoned Dreadstalkers fade away, you have a 100% chance to gain their life essence, granting you a stack of demonic core. Demonic core reduces the cast time of Demon Bolt by 100%, maximum of 4 stacks. Now, this is super important because Demon Bolt has a 4.2 second cast, which is ridiculous, but it does a nice chunk of damage, and more importantly, it generates 2 soul shards, which is important to keeping your rotation flowing pretty well. So, this is kind of like you want to open with Call Dreadstalkers, so you're going to get that demonic core from them sooner, and then you can use the rest of your soul shards on Hand of Gul'dan. Then you start like building your soul shards back up through Shadow Bolt, and you hope that you get a demonic core proc so you can throw out a demon bolt, and then you can go back into Call Dread Stalkers or Hand of Gul'dan. If you want to, you can throw out your implosion and just kind of get that additional damage going from your imps. And that's also a chance to like force attempt to get your demonic core from your imps imploding. Alright, so if we go over here, I don't know if I need to have Voidwalker, but alright, so we Dread Stalkers. We can get some more soul shards, get up to 3. Hand of Gul'dan to summon some imps. And you're not going to get, like, so right there, that's demonic core. So we got that. Go ahead and do some more imps. Demonic core. Call Dread Stalkers. Alright, got nothing else to do, so we might as well Shadow Bolt. Do a Hand of Gul'dan. Alright, we can use our demony stuff there. We got our Call Dread Stalkers again. Got plenty of stuff to cast more imps. Even more imps. And the thing that I like about Demonology right now is it just feels like you could totally get a ton of imps out without even like trying here. Like I'm not micromanaging the crap out of my rotation, and I just have so many imps. All the imps. And even there, I just kind of kept pulling stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like summoning all the imps. You know, we're not even really like into the talents yet, and I just kind of like the general flow of things. You know, the one thing I do wish that I had was a better interface for keeping track of how many soul shards I have. So maybe that's something that I put into weak auras, and I'm like, okay, if I've got 3, like flash something up above my head so that I know, like, cast Hand of Gul'dan. Also, I don't want to use up those procs of demonic core like I've been doing, because I'm like wasting some soul shards there. But like, look at all these imps, man. It's pretty sick. I don't even have to use the Voidwalker. I'm just like all good here. So anytime that we can't cast Call Dread Stalkers and we got at least 3 soul shards, we kind of just want to cast imps. Alright, so like right there, we're going to cast imps. And we got 6 imps right now, without even really trying. Alright, so let's Hand of Gul'dan. We've got a cast of Demonic Core, so we can throw that out. Hand of Gul'dan. Boom. Boom. All the imps. All the imps. We're up to 6 imps? Or will it do 6 at a time? Yeah. Anyway, pretty fun. It's fun to run around with an army of imps. And I just feel like it's a lot easier to do. Like, I don't think I'm like a pro demon hunt warlock player by any means. But it feels like this is really easy to maintain. So let's get into some talent builds. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Murphy says, "What's up? Nice, another stream I have to catch up with." That's right. Blame yourself. That's all you have. You can just blame yourself. Priest does not last. Priest, yeah, Priest isn't last right now, but who knows what's gonna happen when I finish testing it. It's not making me mad, but in game I'd be looting it. Yes, I would be looting it too if I wasn't on beta where everything's made up and the points don't matter. So that's why. Okay, so we're full on the left here. No talent customization at all yet. So we're going to get in and check this out. And then I do have 2 legendaries to throw into the mix as well. This spec feels weird without a good amount of haste. The demonology one, I think it actually feels like fine for the most part. So we'll check it out. Gonna make fried rice. Nice. Any Taco Bell tonight? I don't know, man. That depends on when I get done streaming and how hungry I am. But I'm always down for Taco Bell. Get that Diablo sauce. All right, let's get in these talents. Stop distracting me talking about food. All right, so we have Dreadlash. When your Dreadstalkers charge into battle, their Dread Bite attack now hits all targets within 8 yards and deals 25% more damage. So kind of the AoE on our Dreadstalkers. We've got Bile Scourge Bombers. Cost 2 soul shards, instant cast, 30-second cooldown. Let's see. Bile Scourge pour out and crash into the ground over 6 seconds, dealing a big AoE. Okay, that sounds fine, but I don't know that I need another like soul shard spender right now. I could, although we are hitting the point where I'm casting Hand of Gul'dan like 2 times in a row. So I could potentially do Hand of Gul'dan, Bile Scourge Bombers instead. Or Bile Scourge Bombers first, then Hand of Gul'dan. That might be worth trying out, actually. Demonic Strength, infuse your Felguard. Oh, right. Yeah. Demonology gets a Felguard, guys. That's the pet I should be using.
Waste my time, lesser creature.
Go me. Okay, infuse your Felguard with Demonic Strength and command it to charge your target and unleash a Fel Storm that will deal 400% increased damage. Let's try Bile Scourge Bombers for sure. 25. Shadow Bolt and Demon Bolt have a 20% chance to make your next call. Dreadstalkers cost 2 fewer soul shards and have no cast time. I do like that. Kind of keeps things going pretty smoothly when you do get those procs. Power Siphon, 30-second cooldown. Instantly sacrifice up to 2 imps, generating 2 charges of Demonic Core that cause Demon Bolt to deal 30% additional damage. Wow. Okay, so Demonic Core on command. That doesn't seem half bad, actually. And then we have Doom. Inflicts impending doom on the target, causing 1,700 shadow damage after 18.9 seconds. That's way too long for open world content, so that's like a nope talent for this right now. Okay, so next we've got Burning Rush. On the 35 one, we've got Casting Call Dreadstalkers causes the target to take 20% additional Shadow Flame damage from you for the next second. That's not really tying in because I'm usually doing like Call Dreadstalkers into Shadow Bolts or into Hand of Gul'dan, not into Demon Bolt. So I don't actually know if that's useful at all. Soul Strike, 10-second cooldown. Command your Felguard to strike into the soul of its enemy, dealing shadow damage, and this generates a soul shard. So another like soul shard on command thing. Summon Vile Fiend. Summon a Vile Fiend to fight for you for 15 seconds on a 45-second cooldown. That seems freaking cool. Yeah, so we got some interesting options to try on the 35 row here. Big Back! Where's Whopper at? I'm just kidding. Let's see. Grilled cheese burrito. Blame 1999. 21 years later, we are still having them old school raids and missing good streams. Heroes of Might and Magic 3? Yo, that's my jam. I played that quite a bit. Also, Warlord's Battle Cry. That was my jam back in the day, too. All right, on the 40 talent, we've got Our CC stuff here, we'll just keep Dark Fury. That's fine. 45, Soul Conduit. That's the chance to be refunded soul shard thingy. That might actually be affecting our rotation quite a bit. So I'm interested to see how it feels if we take that away. We've got Inner Demons. You passively summon a wild imp to fight for you every 12 seconds and have a 10% chance to also summon an additional demon to fight for you for 15 seconds. That could be cool. And Grimoire Felguard. 1 soul shard, instant 2-minute cooldown. Summons a Felguard. Okay, so you get like a second Felguard. And then on 50, Sanctified Souls, Shadow Bolt, and Demon Bolt deal 4% additional damage per demon you have summoned. Demonic Consumption. Your demon commander now drains 15% of the life from your demon servants to empower himself. And Nether Portal. Oh, I like this one. Tear open a portal to the Twisting Nether for 15 seconds. Every time you spend soul shards, you will also command demons from the Nether to come out and fight for you. So this sounds absolutely nuts. Like we can get all of the demons going on. So, man, what do we want to try? I'm just going to wing it here. Let's do Bile Scourge Bombers. Let's do... I want to get... let's try... I don't know. Burning Rush. Man, what do I want on this one? Do I want to try the Vile Fiend right now or Soul Strike to generate soul shards on command? Oh, let's try generating soul shards on command. So we'll keep Demonic Calling right now. And then let's keep, yeah, let's try this. So I think the idea here is we have Soul Strike to generate soul shards on command. We've got Bile Scourge Bombers, which we're going to throw in there. We're going to alternate that with like Hand of Gul'dan when it's not on cooldown. And then we're going to passively summon Wild Imps and have a chance. 10% is super low, but we'll see how it goes. And then we'll deal additional damage for the demons that we have summoned. I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's try Nether Portal with this one. Oh, I got to spend another one. All right, there we go. Okay, so I got to put the bombers. All the active abilities here. I got to put the bombers on here too. Okay, this might take me a minute to figure out. So, we want to start with Call Dreadstalkers. We want to generate soul shards, and then we have the bombers. That doesn't look as cool as I thought it would. Okay. Generate some shards. Let's get our Dreadstalkers out. Okay, so the bombers, I don't like the way it, like, it might be effective, but I think the animation's kind of dumb. Let's try Nether Portal. And this is every time you spend soul shards. Okay. It's dead. How am I going to spend soul shards? Okay, so we want to just, like, keep generating. Whoa, we have a lot of stuff. Holy cow, what the? Whoa! Alright, that's on a long cooldown. I wasn't really, like, prepared for that. That was a lot of demons, though. Holy cow. What the heck? Yeah, we have a ton of demons. I don't know why I cast a single soul shard Hand of Gul'dan. That's kind of stupid. Let's go over here. Hand of Gul'dan. Generate a soul shard. Let's do the bombers. Maybe I hit him. Yeah, I hit him. Get our Dreadstalkers out. This is already, like, I barely even know what's going on. But there's already a lot more going on than normal. So let's go ahead and hand to Gul'dan. We can force generate a soul shard there. All the imps. Throw that out. Throw that out again. And to Gul'dan. Free summon Dreadstalkers. I don't even know what's going on. Let's get our bombers. Oh, so many. Yeah, I need some like weak auras for this. Oh, I just wasted that. Hand of Gul'dan. Let's do it. We have so many imps. Oh, let's generate. Come on. What the? You do not have a pet? Oh, my Felguard died, I guess. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Like I said, I'm not like an expert demonology player by any means. Come back, Felguard. Why did you die? How did you die? I should have done Fel Domination there. No, we are not manually casting a Demon Bolt. Okay, that's a little nuts. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Let's see. Lost means Ultima Online. We're not talking about online RPGs, not with Heroes of Might and Magic. Or not MMOs anyway. I wish we had bananas and Nutella. I would make crepes. Meh on Nutella. That's what I say. I'm not in love with the bombers, if I'm being honest. Let's go back to Dreadlash. Do we want to try Power Siphon? I don't know. I want to try Summon Vile Fiend for sure. Alright, so let's get Vile Fiend. Let's go back to Dreadlash. Let's grab... Sacrifice Souls. And Enter Demon. Alright, so now we can just summon a Vile Fiend every 45 seconds for fun. Well, yeah, let's see if that plays any better. And this costs 1 soul shard. Okay, that's got a little bit of a cast time stuck on it. Now, why am I... I don't know, I feel like I just have like quite a few different options for builds depending on what I want to do. Do I want to have like 8 million demons, or do I want to have strong demons, or do I want to power up my shadow bolts? You know, like what do I want to do? And whatever that is, it feels like I can do it. Oh, come on. Still have a ton of demons out. Not as many imps, though. Yeah, we're up to 7 imps, 9 imps. The more imps we have out, the harder our shadow bolt hits. I think I kind of like this one a little bit better. I'm taking some more damage, but I think I make some tweaks and stuff here. You know. And where's my... Is my Felguard dead again? I think he's dead again. Yeah, he's dead. It wasn't letting me summon him because we're out of combat. Man, he keeps dying a lot.
Do not waste my time, lesser creature.
All right, let's check out these legendaries. That's the last little thing we need to do here with demonology. I think I don't have a build picked out that I know I want to use, but there's just like a lot of... I feel like I have choices, and some of them are probably like mechanically better, but for me, it's just like the fun of like if I'm playing one way and I'm like, you know what, I want to go full blown like as many demons as possible. I could pick up like Bile Scourge Bombers, Vile Fiend, Inner Demons, Nether Portal, and just be like all the demons, and that would be fun. That would be pretty insane. I think I would like that, but at the same time, you could go like, I don't know, like Soul Shard heavy, where you're spamming like Shadow Bolts and stuff, and more focused onto like a particular demon. Like you've got your Dreadstalkers thing here with the Dreadlash, and from the shadows. So I don't know, it feels like there's options, and I like that. You could also go like heavy into your Demonic Commander or your Felguard stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know. Seems pretty fun. So what do we have for legendaries? We have Hand of Gul'dan has a 15% chance to cast a second time on your target for free. So let's just spam Hand of Gul'dan a bunch of times and see what happens. Gotta find some enemies first, though. Demonology looks dope. I agree. It seems pretty fun as a demonology noob. I think it looks pretty good. I know I said we're gonna just spam Hand of Gul'dan a bunch, but we gotta get our crew going, you know. Hand of Gul'dan. Whoa, it did it right away. Holy crap. We went from 2 imps to 8 imps. That was awesome. Whoa, we're at 14 imps. Oh my goodness. That is awesome. Wow, that legendary is dope. I'm trying to like, let's go, Hand of Gul'dan. All right, we're up to 7. I'm so distracted trying to keep track of how many imps I have. I don't even care. 9 imps. 12 imps. So that was a normal cast. We're up to 11 imps. 11 imps. 12 imps. Down to 5. Hand of Gul'dan. Didn't get anything. I have no target. That's a lot of imps, man. That legendary feels fun. To just go from 2 imps to 8 imps with a single cast. That's pretty awesome. I like that quite a bit. Yeah. Demonology, I don't know, man. Looks fun. Looks actually fun. And I think that it mainly, for me, it comes down to one simple fact. I can have all these demons out and still feel like I'm playing like a scrub. And I don't have to be like min-maxing the hell out of everything that I'm doing in order to get demons out and keep demons out. Because when I played like the early versions of demonology, when they changed it to this style, that's what I felt like. I felt like if I don't sit here and cast things exactly right in the perfect order and get the perfect procs, then I have 2 imps out. And then they die or they go away and I get 2 more imps out maybe. Or then I'm sitting there like, okay, now I can cast Call Dreadstalkers. This is just like, dude, have 16 imps. We don't care. And I can only imagine that, like, as I play the spec more and I get better at it and I actually figure out, like, kind of where the talents are going and how they interact with each other, that, you know, that rotation and that ability to have all those demons out is just going to feel really good. And this is something that I think you don't get from any of the other specializations where you just have a ton of minions. I think the closest you get is like maybe Army of the Dead or Damned or whatever it was called. I think it's Army of the Dead, and Army of the Damned is a talent on like Unholy Decay, and that's like a 10-minute cooldown ability, I think. So I don't know, man. I like Demonology. It feels good. It's way more interesting to me than Destruction, which I thought would never happen because for me, Destruction was like spooky mage. I liked it, you know, as probably like my top cloth caster, like right up there with Fire Mage. And to me, Demonology feels more fun than both of those right now. So I'm gonna have to move that up on the board here. Yeah, that's potentially a Covenant main, I think. I don't know if it's a actual main spec because I just love melee so much that I don't think I could play a non-melee class as my main character through the expansion. But I'm going to have 4 sort of main characters, 1 per Covenant, and one of those is going to be my actual main, and then the other 3 are going to be like primary alts. And I could see you know, Demonology Warlock possibly being one of those. All right, so Affliction, I'm super excited about. I tried this out and it feels really good. So they've kind of made a couple of tweaks here where, let's see, I've got some talents. We're going to go back to the sort of default left side talents for right now. Okay, so basically what we've got is we've got Agony. It does 2800 shadow damage over 18 seconds. So it lasts a pretty long time. Damage starts low and ramps up. Sometimes it generates a soul shard for you. Then you have, over in this tab, you've got Corruption, which is your other dot. It does 1100 shadow damage over 14 seconds. And then you've got 2 other dots that you can throw out on the target by default. So you have Seed of Corruption, which you can cast instead of Corruption. This is the ability we all know and love. It does some damage, detonates, and then applies Corruption to everything around it. Sorry, it applies the Corruption when you cast it, and then it can detonate to deal additional damage. And then we also have Unstable Affliction, which has been tweaked for Shadowlands. So it does 3,600 shadow damage over 21 seconds, which is a lot of damage, but also over a long period of time. And you're limited to 1 Unstable Affliction at a time. Not 1 per target, 1. So you're putting this on your primary target. So typically, like, you know, what we do, we go over here, and since this is single target, I'm not going to worry about Seed of Corruption, right? I'm going to Agony, Corruption, I'm going to cast Unstable Affliction, and then I'm going to start casting, like, Shadow Bolt, right? And this is kind of the... You don't really do burst damage as an Affliction lock, right? But we have a brand new ability on Affliction, which is called Malefic Rapture, and it is amazing. So Malefic Rapture costs a soul shard. It's a 1.4 second cast, and it says your damaging periodic effects erupt on all targets within line of sight, causing 507 shadow damage per effect. Okay, so by default we've got 3 on a target, so this thing hits for 1,500, right? And it cost a soul shard. So we do have to kind of, we've got to build soul shards back up. by mainly hoping that our agony ticks over or that the target dies with unstable affliction on them. But let's look at that same scenario we just did. We're going to kill a panther, but this time we're going to cast Malefic Rapture on it. So we agony, corruption, unstable affliction, and instead of Shadow Bolt, we start doing Rapture. And we start just taking chunks off this guy. And then we go into Shadow Bolt to maybe get some soul shards. Maybe not. Total like night and day, right? Here we go. This is the original one again. Unstable affliction, and then we go into Shadow Bolt. Right? If one of our effects drops off, like if corruption drops off here, we could put it back on if we wanted to. Right? Now compare that to same thing, but with Malefic Rapture. Way more interesting. Now, the thing with this is it works in AoE, which is pretty disgusting. And we'll do that here in just a second. So we're going to get all three of these targets. And what we want to do is we want to cast like Agony on all of them. Then we're going to cast Seed of Corruption on our primary target, Unstable Affliction on our primary target, and then we're just going to spam Malefic Rapture. So, Agony, Agony, Agony. We'll pick this one in the middle as the one that we're going to cast Seed of Corruption on. Then we're going to go Unstable Affliction, and then we're going to Malefic Rapture. Now watch this. Boom. Boom. Big, just chunky AoE. And then we've got to go back into like a Shadow Bolt. But isn't that disgusting? That's so sick. I love it, man. Like, I feel like it's exactly what Affliction Warlock needed. Like, it's a way to spend soul shards that just feels good. Like, put those dots on there and then just slam in the Rapture, right? If you run out, then you go back to your standard Shadow Bolt thing. But at that point, you're basically just generating soul shards for the next group of enemies. So yeah, that feels pretty darn good. We can do another like three group pull here, I think. Yeah, let's get them in here. We'll grab this one and we will Corruption, Unstable Affliction, and then let's just cast this. Yeah. Gross. So what I want to do is get into the talents, because that's not even like really paying attention to what the talents do. And I think I have one legendary as well that we can check out. Are you going to play Horde or Alliance? I'm going to play both. I currently play both, and I am going to continue to play both. I don't know what my main character will be on, but my 4 Covenant mains should be split 50-50, I think. Or there will at least be one that's Horde or Alliance. So yeah, I think Malefic Rapture just kind of like, I don't know, like makes Affliction, it takes it to the next level. It turns it into something totally different and just a lot more interesting. So let's check out the talents that we have and see what we can do to kind of tweak this. So we have Corruption damage has a chance to cause your next Shadow Bolt to be instant and deal 50% increased damage. Damaging an enemy with Agony increases the damage of your next Drain Life by 12%. This stacks up to 50 times. And then we have Drain Soul, which replaces Shadow Bolt. Its channel drains the target soul, causing 1400 shadow damage over 4.7 seconds. Damage is increased by 100% against enemies below 20% health. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at with Drain Soul, or like with our targets. Like we're dotting them up, then we're just spending all of our shards on Rapture, and then we're normally casting Shadow Bolt to generate shards, but maybe we could use this instead. I want to try it out and see how it works. Because it might be that we want to generate multiple shards. Well, we're not generating any shards with Shadow Bolts. So, yeah, this generates a shard. So that's probably going to be the one that we're going to want to take. Writhe in Agony. Agony's damage starts at 4 stacks and can ramp up to 18. Absolute Corruption. This increases the damage of corruption. And also it increases its damage and makes it permanent. And we have Siphon Life. So siphons the target's life essence, dealing shadow damage and healing you. So I think I like Corruption being permanent, but I think like having Agony ramp up faster is just more beneficial in this type of content. Since it does last so long, I'd rather it start higher and deal more damage. Burning Rush. Okay, Seed of Corruption now embeds demon seeds into 2 additional nearby enemies. We've got Phantom Singularity. Places a singularity above the target, which consumes the life of all enemies within 15 yards, dealing 2,500 damage over 15 seconds and healing you for 25% of the damage done. And then we have Vile Taint. Unleashes a vile explosion at the target location, dealing shadow damage over 10 seconds to all enemies within 10 yards and reducing movement speed. That does spend a soul shard. I wonder if the Phantom Singularity... I don't think Phantom Singularity counts as a damage over time effect, but Vile Taint probably does. I want to see if, you know, how that works out. Then we got our CC one, and then we have our row here, 45. So Dark Caller reduces Summon Dark Clair's cooldown by 60 seconds. We have Haunt. This says a ghostly soul haunts the target, dealing shadow damage and increasing your damage dealt to the target by 10%. If the target dies, Haunt's cooldown is reset. And then Grimoire of Sacrifice, so we can sacrifice our pet, which causes our spells to sometimes deal additional shadow damage. That might actually be nice here, since we're doing damage over time. But I also like having the tank, so who knows. We have the Soul Shard Refund ability. Creeping Death. Your Agony, Corruption, Siphon Life, and Unstable Affliction deal their full damage 15% faster. That's probably what I'm going to pick. And then we have Dark Soul Misery. 2-minute cooldown. Infuses your soul with the misery of falling foes, increasing haste by 30% for 20 seconds. Okay, so let's get Creeping Death. Let's try Burning Rush. I don't think Phantom Singularity is going to count as a dot, but we're going to pick it up. Let's keep Writhe in Agony. And let's grab Drain Soul. Okay, so Drain Soul replaced our Shadow Bolts. We have Phantom Singularity, which we want to throw on the bar here. And then I think I'm also going to pick up Haunt. Let's try Haunt. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing. The main thing that's changed here is we drain soul at the end of our combo. We're just going to throw out Phantom Singularity real quick. Because I'm pretty sure... Does that count as a damage over time effect? It does. Okay. So it does factor into Malefic Rapture. Okay. Cool. So we can use Phantom Singularity. It only hits a single target. So I think in this case, with Vile Taint, that does an AoE. It's also on a 20-second cooldown instead of a 45-second cooldown. So maybe grab that instead. Okay, come on. Okay. So let's drop that in here. Now we have all the things depressed. So we Agony, we can Corruption, we can Haunt, we can Unstable Affliction, and then we can Malefic Rapture for big damage. And then we can Drain Soul, and that gets us... If we Drain Soul right at the end, that gets us another Soul Shard. So here, to here, to here, to here, to Malefic Rapture. Oh, and then, yep, didn't do it. That's Feels pretty strong. Let's kill this guy and then we'll do an AoE pull. I kind of don't want to do too much here. I also need to check the order of these dots. Alright, let's grab this one too. Unstable Affliction. Haunt. Into Malefic Rapture. Malefic Rapture. Into Drained Soul. Okay, cool. So, Haunt lasts for 18 seconds. Unstable Affliction is about 18 seconds. Vile Taint is 10 seconds. Agony is 15. Corruption is 12. So I think we actually want to do like Haunt, Unstable Affliction, Agony, Agony, Seed of Corruption, and then Vile Taint. Well, this is a lot of dots. Okay, so we're going to pick this one. So let's do... Okay, Unstable Affliction. Haunt. Okay, Haunt. Unstable Affliction. Agony. Let's go Agony. Agony. Seed of Corruption. Vile Taint. And then Malefic Rapture. Well, that blew up the main target for sure. Oh, and then yeah, that was that was ridiculous. Okay. That was a lot of dots to put on the main target. Probably not necessary in open world content, but man, if you've got a boss, like a single target, just big dungeon boss, I think that's going to be pretty gross. You're going to need some way to generate soul shards though, because you're not going to be able to get them through drained soul. So I'd probably look for other ways to generate soul shards. But this is pretty silly. Like Agony, Corruption, Unstable Affliction, Haunt, Vile Taint, Malefic Rapture, dead. Vile Taint, definitely not necessary there. And honestly, I should be doing the casted ones first. Like 1 Rapture, 2 Raptures kills it, so I kind of... Man, yeah, that's just really solid. And you have to cast like Drained Soul like right away at the end. It's like as soon as you get these going, you hit Malefic Rapture maybe twice. 1, 2, and Drained Soul right away. Get that. Man, we're just staying at like topped off at max shards here. Like on single target, right? We're obviously this isn't multi-target. But that's good stuff. 1, 2, Drain Soul. Make sure we get the... Ugh, it's so nasty. I don't know. Affliction is awesome. It's just this one ability, man, that just makes the difference. Like the ability to do like the big burst with Rapture. Because we're putting 1, 2, 3, 4 effects. So this hits for like 2,000 every time. Yeah. What do you guys think? What do you think about Malefic Rapture? I think it's pretty sick. And this build seems particularly fun. Yeah, I think we could probably just ditch Vile Taint. Maybe just pick up Sow the Seeds for AoE. Or maybe Vile Taint is worth it in AoE. I'm not sure. So let's check out these legendaries. I like this build here. This feels pretty good. Like I said, I might change up Vile Taint a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I like the rest of what's going on. So we have 2 different legendaries to try out here. We have Grim Veiled Robe. Agony has a 20% increased chance to generate a soul shard, which I don't know that we need to test that with this build because it feels like we just have soul shards all the time. And then we have targets with your targets with die with. Okay, yeah. Where's my bug report? Should be targets that die with your agony applied to them grant you wrath consumption, increasing all periodic damage dealt by 5% for 20 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. That sounds like this is going to be absolutely silly. Because, okay, so now we go unstable affliction, haunt, corruption, agony, malefic rapture, right? So we got 1 stack. So here we go again. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so if we can hit another stack. Okay, we're up to 2 stacks. Let's go again. This is gonna get kind of silly. I'm gonna lose track of what the heck I'm doing here. Malefic rapture. Poof. All right, let's go. Got 10 seconds. Wow. Oh, come on, go, go, go. I don't have Burning Rush hotkeyed. Okay, we got 12 seconds. Can we get it? Should be able to get it. Yeah. All right. So we're up to 5 stacks now. I don't know why I cast that. It's not what I wanted to do. And my Voidwalker is dead. Just chaining too much. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Periodic damage increased by 25%. Plus, on top of that, we have Creeping Death. So all the damage is being dealt 15% faster. That's gross. Yeah, so Warlock looking really good. Destruction, like I said, was my go-to specialization, is my favorite. Pretty much since I started playing Warlock, which was around Legion, I think. And yeah, Destruction is just getting like super overshadowed by Demonology and Affliction for me in this expansion. Like, just good stuff from both. Like I said, Affliction, it's all about this Malefic Rapture. But there's other stuff that's tying together to make it seem fun. And then with Demonology, just like having a million demons out and it not being that difficult to do so also feels pretty good. All right, so we're going to bump out and take a look at another class. If you have something that you want me to check out, please go ahead and take a moment, put it in the chat. I'll give you a couple of options and we can take a vote or whatever we need to do for this. And we'll jump into something else. I think we need to switch gears and do something that is not a caster, though. So probably going to do something melee or tanky or a mix of both. Did you check out Druid yet? Late to the party. I've checked out everything, but not in these like build videos. If you look back, there's a class deep dive on Druid for sure. But those videos are more of just kind of like checking out the changes between BFA and Shadowlands. So that said, I think Druid I'm going to save for whenever I do Demon Hunter as well. And it booted me out of the game. So Rogue, Paladin, probably Rogue or Paladin. Are there any other like just straight up melee ones I haven't looked at yet? So I checked out, I did Death Knights, I did Monk, I did Warlock, Hunter, and Warrior. So let's vote between Demon Hunter. No, we got to save Demon Hunter for when I do Druid, which is not going to be today. So yeah, let's go either Paladin or Rogue right now. And when I do one of those, we can switch back to something that isn't melee. So Paladin or Rogue. Monk I did yesterday. So Monk, I've done the like build video stuff. I did that yesterday. Check the video, time to test out builds. It's the most recent one on the channel. 1 paladin, 2 paladins, 1 rogue. I did promise that I would do rogue on this stream. So how about we do rogue and paladin, and if I have time for something else, we'll slide it in between the two. There's another vote for paladin. Okay, so we'll just queue it up, rogue and paladin. We're gonna do both of them. Let's see. And I think Justin asked me yesterday, maybe, about rogue. Someone did. So we'll do rogue first, then we'll do paladin. Paladin is pretty high up on my list. Rogue actually is pretty high up on my list too. So I'm excited to check both of them out. And they're both melee, which is just more my speed. What do we want for a rogue? I think I have a rogue already. I like the panda rogue. We're going to take the panda rogue. Where are you at, panda rogue? There we go. Okay, so we're... Oh, it's going to boot me. All right, let's try again. It might have been a character thing. We'll just make a new rogue. Sometimes the characters of the zones can get like hooked up with a weird bug. So we'll just make a new one. We'll make a new panda rogue. All right, let's go panda. Obviously, horde. They have cooler armor. We're going to go rogue. Let's mix it up. That makes me think of Shadowrun for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's the one. Another panda. One you do not yet know. That loud character select screen music. All right, you guys, don't forget to like the stream if you're enjoying it, if you're liking checking out the classes here with me. And we're going to get in and check out Rogue. All 3 Rogue specs feel pretty fun. I don't know that they're drastically different from what they currently are in BFA. There's a couple of changes here and there, but we're going to check them out. Rogues do not have any legendary items at the moment. So we're not going to have any legendaries to check out, so we can just go straight out and get started with the testing. I've been trying to check out legendaries when I can, but not comprehensively anyway, so it's not really a big deal that the rogues don't have legendary powers, because I'm going to come back around and talk about the legendary powers and look over them as we go. So rogues, we've got some stuff that is available across all rogues. We'll kind of check it out when we get there. We've got ambush, cheap shot blind, all the kind of like CC stuff, our crimson vial, envenom. And the main reason for this is like we now have poisons back on rogues. So we have crippling poison, deadly poison, and numbing poison. And we're usually going to have deadly poison. So envenom basically is a combo finisher that we can use, which will increase our poison application chance. Now we've got mutilate, slice and dice, sprint, shiv. Shiv will it interacts with poisons as well. So they kind of just said, you know what, all rogues get poisons again, instead of just one. Instead of just assassination. All right, let's drop these in somewhere. Not worried about picking locks. All right, so we'll get down here and we'll get over to our Panthers again and we'll start rolling through these. I don't know if it'll take very long because, like I said, I don't think that there are all that many changes going on with Rogue, and we don't have any fun legendaries to test out, so we can't even do that. I kind of miss when you can have the glyph where sprint made you run on water. That was a nice little addition. Okay, so for assassination, we've got like the usual stuff going on here. So we have Groat, right? So Groat is our not our opener, but it's the ability we can cast. It does a good amount of damage. Basically puts a bleed on the target and silences them for 3 seconds if you use it from stealth. In open world content, most of the time you don't really need to do that. So we just kind of cast this as an initial bleed to put onto the target. We have Rupture, which is our combo finisher that does a bleed. We have our where is it at? I don't even see it. Oh, okay. We've got Ambush as Ambush is mainly going to be our opener, right? Out here in the open world. Just go up and we're going to ambush, right? Then we can Garrote. Then we Mutilate for combo points, and then we usually want to Rupture to put a bleed on there, and then Mutilate our way back up to an Envenom. And that does the trick. In this case, we don't get our nice ambush, but we can build up our combo points back into a Rupture, build them back up into a 4 or 5 point Envenom, and we're good to go. It's pretty gross, and it works. Go into Growth, Mutilate, Rupture, Mutilate. If we have multiple targets, we can Phantom Knives. Let's use our Vial here. Let's use our Evasion. All right, so you get it. That's what Assassination does. It feels really good. Doesn't get a amount of damage. It feels like you're hitting really frequently with the addition. Like, well, not the addition, but we've got the poisons in there doing their things. We got the bleeds. Rupture, I think, always feels good. I just always liked with Assassination just like doing a bunch of bleeds. So that was always pretty fun. So that's generally what we have going for Assassination. You've got options about what you can do in there if you want to change things up. You do have like Shiv if you want to use it, but I don't know. This kind of does what it needs to do. So if we get into the talents, this is where we can kind of change things up a little bit. We've got Master Poisoner right now. Increases the damage done by your weapon poisons by 30% and their non-damaging effects by 20%. So, like I said, most of the time we are just using our Deadly Poison out in the open world, which does like 93 nature damage here. When you hit with it again, the initial poison is 852 over 12 seconds, so you get a little bit of a dot. And then anytime you hit with the poison applications again, you deal like a chunk of damage as well. So that gets boosted from Master Poisoner. If you're using the other ones, it'll boost those as well. So we do have Crippling Poison, which is a chance to slow the enemy, and we have Numbing Poison, which is a chance to reduce their attack and cast speed by 15%. We've got elaborate Planning. Your finishing moves grant 10% increased damage done for 4 seconds. You are hitting about 1 to 2 finishing moves per enemy, and it doesn't really feel super necessary to have this. On a target with more health, it's probably a lot better. And then we have Blindside. Mutilate has a 20% chance to make your next ambush free and usable without stealth. Chances increase to 40% if the target is under 35% health. So if you want to work ambush back in there as part of what you're doing, it hits for 1,200 and rewards 2 combo points. When Mutilate hits for about 550 and awards 2 combo points. So it is the chance to proc a stronger Mutilate off of a Mutilate, but I find the Master Poisoner is just like a nice 30% increase to what you're doing with your poisons already. Feels good. You don't really have to think about it too much. You don't have to change up your bars. I kind of like this one. Then we have 25 tier with Night Stalker. While stealth is active, you move faster and your abilities deal 50% more damage. So faster movement and stealth is always great, and that means that our ambush does a lot more damage in stealth. So here it does 1,800 physical damage in stealth. We have Subterfuge. Your abilities requiring stealth can still be used for 3 seconds after stealth breaks. Also causes Garrote to deal 80% increased damage and have no cooldown when used from stealth and for 3 seconds after breaking stealth. Now, this is a good alternative to using ambush. Like 80% increased damage on Garrote is pretty disgusting. It already does 1,800 bleed damage over 18 seconds, so that's going to drastically take it up, and it's basically just lets you replace ambush with Garrote, which is good, especially in PvP, but it's also just a nice thing to have out in the open world as well. And then we have Master Assassin. While stealth is active and for 3 seconds after breaking stealth, your critical strike chance is increased by 50%. So you could get big ambush crits with this as well. So you got some options here. It just kind of comes down to your play style. I personally do like to do like the opener with Garrote in the Subterfuge, but we'll test it out and see how it works. On the 30 tier, we have Vigor. Increases your maximum energy by 50 and your energy regeneration by 10%. I like this talent a lot because you're always constantly using energy, especially if you're moving from enemy to enemy. You can drain your energy pretty quickly because you're killing stuff so quickly on Rogue. You've got Deeper Stratagem. You may have a maximum of 6 combo points, and your finishing moves consume up to 6 combo points, and your finishing moves deal 5% increased damage. I feel like there's a pretty good flow already getting to 5 combo points, but I mean, this is totally viable if you want to take it. And then we have Marked for Death, instant cast, 30-second cooldown. You can just generate 5 combo points on a target. And the cooldown is reset if the target dies within 1 minute. So you can just kind of constantly give yourself 5 combo points for a, like, and this is usable basically all the time. You're almost always going to get this trigger. I just don't know if you need the trigger. Like, I'd rather have the energy, I think. 35, we have Leeching Poison. Adds the Leeching Poison effect to your Deadly Poison and Wound Poison, granting you 12% leech. So this is a way to help you gain some sustain and keep your health up as you're fighting. Because like I said, you're going to have Deadly Poison. Now you get 12% leech as well. There's Cheat Death, which is a anti-fatal hit movement. And then we also have our talent. And then we also have Elusiveness. Feint reduces the damage you take from all non-area of effect attacks by 30% for 5 seconds. Feint is usable on a 15-second cooldown, so that's a nice defensive buff as well. On 40, we've got Internal Bleeding. Kidney Shot also deals up to 1,500 bleed damage over 6 seconds based on combo points spent. So Kidney Shot is one of the abilities we can use that stuns the target. So this will add a bleed to that as well. Next, we have Iron Wire. This increases the duration of Garrote's silence effect by 3 seconds, and enemies silenced by Garrote deal 15% reduced damage for 8 seconds. So in open world content, the silence is not as relevant, but you do get 15% less damage taken from the target if you choose this. Then we have Prey on the Weak. Enemies disabled by your Cheap Shot or Kidney Shot take 10% increased damage from all sources for 6 seconds. Now, I'm not often using Kidney Shot, so most of the time I will end up taking Iron Wire because I do like to cast Garrote either as an opener or as the first thing that I cast out of stealth, so 15% reduced damage is pretty nice to have. On 45, we got Venom Rush. Mutilate refunds 5 energy when used against a poison target, which is pretty often. Alacrity, your finishing moves have a 20% chance per combo point to grant 2% haste for 20 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. That actually might be pretty cool because we are actually like waiting until we have 5 combo points almost every time to use an ability. So it'll be 100% chance per combo point to grant us 2% haste for 20 seconds. So we could get some nice haste from that. Then we have Exsanguinate. Instant cast, 45-second cooldown. Twist your blades, causing your bleed effects to bleed out 100% faster. That's pretty nice when you have a pumped up Garrote. And also, like I said, my usual go-to is to go straight into a Rupture right away. So that might actually be kind of fun to test out too. And then on 50, we have Poison Bomb, Envenom, and Rupture, which we are using Envenom and Rupture. Have a 4% chance per combo point spent to smash a vial of poisoning at the target, creating a acidic pool of death, which deals nature damage. And that's that big green thing that you see. It's a cool effect, but when you're fighting like one enemy at a time, it's not... I don't know. It seems like it triggers when things die more often than it does like while fighting. So I don't know how beneficial it is to pick this up in this type of content. Then we have Hidden Blades. Every 2 seconds, gain 20% increased damage for your next Fan of Knives, stacking up to 20 times. So that'll like kind of, if you're not fighting multiple targets, it builds up your Fan of Knives so that you can either just cast it on a single target for big damage or use it when you do need to use it for AoE. It hits really hard. And then we have Crimson Tempest. This is a different finishing move we can pick up. This slashes all enemies within 10 yards, dealing instant damage and causing victims to bleed for additional damage, and it lasts longer per combo point. So let's make a couple of tweaks here. Let's try Subterfuge, Iron Wire, keep the Leeching Poison and the Vigor. Let's keep Master Poisoner. Let's try... I do want to try Exsanguinate. 45-second cooldown is kind of long, but let's try it. And then let's actually try Hidden Blades. Okay, so the idea here is that we're going to open with Garrote from Stealth, then we're going to mutilate our way into a Rupture, then we're going to cycle back through for an Envenom. At any time, we can Exsanguinate to pump the bleed damage faster, but we want to do that once we have Garrote and Rupture on the target. Along with that, we're stacking up damage on our Fan of Knives. I want to see how this stacks up to 20 times. So let's see. It looks like we get up to 400% damage on Fan of Knives. So if we don't use it, then it hits for 1500, which is okay. All right, so let's give this a shot. Oh, let's go ahead and put our Garrote on here. All right, so we're gonna open with that. Weird. Okay, let's get that, and let's do Sanguinate. That actually does start ticking down pretty quickly. Okay, Rupture. I'm hitting some odd combo point thresholds. Alright, let's Garrote again. Weird. Did I pick up a talent that does that? I don't remember picking up a talent that would do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this enemy, and I need to check talents real quick. Oh, okay, cool. So we actually can... Alright, so this does 1818. So what I want to check next... Okay, so... Right now this does 1818. Let's see if we can... ambush a target here. Let's do ambush, Garrote. Okay. Yeah, there's something I need to figure out here. Okay, so Garrote should deal 80% increased damage and have no cooldown when used from stealth and for 3 seconds after breaking stealth. So, I think what we actually want to do here is like ambush, Garrote, ambush into Rupture, Mutilate, Mutilate, and Venom. Right, so like ambush, Garrote, ambush, almost ambushed. Alright, Rupture, Mutilate, Mutilate. We've got the super powerful Fan of Knives there. Put a bleed on this guy. Yep. And then we're out of energy there, but that's fine. Ambush, Garrote, ambush. 343. That actually feels pretty good. Yeah, I like that. I like the flow on that. It's very single target, but like ambush, Garrote, get a second ambush. We're at enough to go straight into a Rupture. And then we can mutilate, mutilate, and venom. We hit a point there where it looks like we kind of run out of energy, like right at that point, basically. But that's not too bad. The target's basically dead by then. I wonder if we could fill with something. Let's do our Fan of Knives. I kind of messed up that combo there. Yeah, we're like low on energy. Maybe we can just sanguinate there. Yeah, I'm not even using exsanguinate. I don't know if it's necessary. So what could we pick up instead? We could pick up finishing moves have a chance to grant us haste, which could be nice. Or mutilate refunds 5 energy when used against a poison target. Let's try alacrity. Although I think venom rush might be the better choice here. Everything else right now I'm still liking the feel of. Hidden blades is kind of whatever. Might actually want to go back to poison bomb. But for right now, actually we can just go back to poison bomb and let's try alacrity. Okay. Yeah, I just want to try this on a single target for right now. So ambush, Garrote, ambush, and then we go into our Rupture, mutilate, mutilate, and we were just sitting on kind of a... We did get the haste, which is nice. Ambush, Garrote, ambush, Rupture, mutilate, mutilate, and venom. Okay, so we are actually getting stacks of the haste pretty often. Okay, let's see, what do we have here? Fan of Knives. That was kind of annoying there. Yeah, that's not too bad either. I think probably either one of those is going to feel good. Venom Rush or Alacrity is going to feel pretty decent. Yeah, I like this build. I think 45 you can tweak a little bit. 50 you could probably tweak a little bit, but I overall I think I like this. Although I can see some alternative builds here too that could possibly work out. How's everybody doing in chat? What's up? What's going on? What do you think? Assassination. We're moving on to Outlaw, where we roll the bones and roll the dice. All right, so for Outlaw, we're doing everything the same, except there are what I think of as two big changes. So the first change is that Roll the Bones is no longer using combo points. So now Roll the Bones is on a 45-second cooldown. And when you roll the dice, you just get what you get for 30 seconds. And that's it. So no longer can you randomly... Hey, Murphy. See ya. Have a good one. No longer can you like roll the bones with combo points in order to try to get a better buff, but at the same time, no longer do you have to spend combo points setting up roll the bones. So now you pretty much just go straight in, roll the bones, and you're good to go. The other big change is that Between the Eyes no longer causes a stun, which I don't like, but it is what it is. We still have all the other regular stuff there where we have our Restless Blades. So finishing moves reduce the remaining cooldown. Oh, this is like a little tweak here. Finishing moves reduce the remaining cooldown of a bunch of our abilities, including Roll the Bones, by 1 second per combo point spent. So we can roll the bones every 45 seconds, but as we use finishing moves, we're going to be able to roll the bones much more often. We do still have our, if I can find it here, Sinister Strike still has a chance to hit an additional time and make your pistol shot cost half and deal double damage. So that is still a thing as well. And we got to switch gears, switch over to the maces. So yeah, the rest of everything there is pretty much the same. So if we're in stealth, as Outlaw, we have ambush. So the typical kind of flow here is going to be ambush your target, roll the bones. If you need a buff, you can check your buff and see what it does. But otherwise, you're going to Sinister Strike your way up to 5 combo points, and then you can dispatch. And if your pistol shot procs in there, you want to use it when you can actually generate some combo points for it. So try not to use it when your combo points are full. And then dispatch, and then we're going to Sinister Strike our way back up. And dispatch, and pistol shot. And then go back in. Ambush. We can roll the bones again if we want to. Pistol shot. I'm going to pop some of these since I'm just kind of showing this off right now. I don't know why I use that. Alright, so dispatch. And yeah, so this time we got broadside. Combo generating abilities generate an additional combo point and deal increased damage. A big part of playing Outlaw is memorizing what the buffs are, and I do not have the buffs memorized right this second. Also, because we switched specs, it took our poison off. So we want to put our instant poison on, which is our version of the one that deals damage to our target. So that'll also help with the flow a little bit too. So we just ambush, roll bones. Oh, we're at 5 combo points. So we just go ahead and whoop. Feels pretty good. Same deal. Ambush. Get ourselves up to 5 combo points. We do have the Between the Eyes buff there, Ruthless Precision. So if you have that up, you definitely want to cast Between the Eyes because it hits like a truck. There we go. Get up to 5. Boom. Get up to 5 again, or close to it. Good to go. Ambush. 5 points. Pistol shot. Let's roll the bones. Let's see what we get. Am I gonna die? It's a good question. I might. But I didn't. Alright, so let's outlaw rogue at its base level, right? You're doing the same stuff that you did before, but the major difference is that you are casting out roll the bones on like a cooldown instead of spending your combo points on it, which I think has like positives and negatives. The main positive is you don't have to like it feels like currently with outlaw you have to pick a target and then you use that target to build up combo points to cast roll the bones so that you can then go off and use the actual roll the bones buffs on all the other like enemies that you're fighting until the buffs go away. Now it feels like, oh, okay, well, you do my opener, I hit roll the bones real quick, see what buffs I get, and then I just go from there. As I use my finishing moves, I'm taking the cooldown down, and I can use it again. But the other thing is before, if you were like, it's only going to take me like 10 seconds to kill this enemy, you could just do like 2 combo points, roll the bones, and if you really didn't like what you got, you could do 2 combo points again really quick, roll the bones again, and like wait to get something that you wanted. Or if you really, really needed specific buffs, you could just build up combo points to 5 or whatever, roll the bones, see if you got what you needed. If you didn't, do it again so that you could get that buff for as long of a window as possible. So now there's no variance on the how long the enhancement lasts, but there's also no control over re-rolling. And I've used this a bit, and sometimes you get like 1 buff, like you saw there. Sometimes I've gotten every single buff that Roll the Bones could give you. So it varies in that way as well. No, Outlaw, just when I was going to sleep. You know, sleep is for the weak, man. It's Outlaw time. With Roll the Bones, is it time for WoW to make a card type class? Like a gambler or something? Okay, so let's get into the talents here. Check these out. So, Sinister Strike has a 10% increased chance to strike an additional time. We have Quick Draw. Half cost uses a pistol shot granted by Sinister Strike generate an additional combo point and deal 50% additional damage. I like this one quite a bit. And then Ghostly Strike is something we can use on a 35-second cooldown. Deals damage and causes them to take 10% increased damage from your abilities. So 10% increased strike chance to strike is actually like 10%. I've said this a million times. Feels so low. So I would rather take Quick Draw so I can get 2 combo points out of Pistol Shot when it procs, and it also hits harder. On 25, we got some movement stuff here. We have Acrobatic Strikes, increases the range on your melee attacks. We've got reduce the cooldown of Grappling Hook, and then increase your movement speed at all times by 15%. I actually like Hit and Run, just being faster all the time, but Acrobatic Strikes is pretty cool too. On 30, we got the same stuff we had on Assassination. I like to keep the energy regen one here, although we have like the other options too. On 35, we've got Cheat Death again. We've got Elusiveness again, but this time we have Iron Stomach. So this increases the healing from Crimson Vial, healing potions, and health stones by 30%. I really like to take this one on Outlaw. I feel like you take a little bit more damage on Outlaw than you do on the other specializations, so I like having this. On the 40 row, we've got Dirty Tricks. Cheap Shot Gouge and Sap no longer cost energy. We got Blinding Power, which reduces the cooldown of Blind. And then we have Prey on the Weak. These are all kind of whatever. I don't use any of these abilities very often on Outlaw unless there's a multi-target situation. And it's kind of just like see what you use the most and then go from there. Maybe Blinding Powder is pretty good. I don't know. 45, we got Loaded Dice. Activating Adrenaline Rush causes you to next roll the bones to grant at least 2 matches. We've got Alacrity again for haste, which I think would be really good. And then we have Coming Soon. which is a talent we don't actually have access to yet. So on 50, we've got Dancing Steel. This increases the duration of Blade Flurry, which is our little ability that lets us hit multiple targets. It deals a nice little chunk of damage too. We got Blade Rush, which is a new ability we can pick. Charge to your target with your blades out, dealing 1,300 physical damage to the target and 678 to all nearby enemies. With Blade Flurry active, the damage to non-primary targets is increased by 100%. Pretty nice ability. You pop Blade Flurry, then you hit Blade Rush. Then we also have Killing Spree, 10-minute cooldown. You teleport to an enemy and just deal a buttload of damage. And if you have Blade Flurry active, it also hits up to 4 nearby targets. So I play Outlaw quite a bit. For the most part, this is not all that different from what's currently available. And this is basically the build that I take most of the time. 40 can change up a little bit, but I like this here. So now we get 2 combo points from Pistol Shot. We're faster. This stuff stays the same. We can get some haste as we use our finishers, and we have access to Killing Spree if we want to just murder the heck out of something. And Killing Spree is a little bit ridiculous. Like, whoop. Yeah, it does a big chunk of damage. And Roll the Bones. If you don't have Roll the Bones going, it just doesn't feel like you're playing Outlaw. I don't know. Like I said, Outlaw feels about the same, and for whatever reason, it may just be that I've played Outlaw too much, but Outlaw just has kind of like lost a lot of its shine for me. I'm not as like into it as I was before, but I still think it plays fine. I still think it feels pretty good. So it's not a matter of like that. I think I might just be bored with Outlaw at this point. Like, they didn't change enough between BFA and... So, they didn't change enough between Legion and BFA. And then they didn't change enough between BFA to Shadowlands. So, I think I've just overplayed Outlaw Rogue. And I think the only thing that could potentially, like, save this is either Conduits or a sweet Legendary for me. So, Outlaw... kind of low on my list, especially compared to the other specializations for Rogue. Gambler would see and your spells show up as range cards. Yeah. So, yeah, Outlaw. I don't know. Definitely, I'm dropping that down on my tier list quite a bit. I have it as an A tier, but I honestly think at this point, like, Outlaw is F tier for me, which is I am not interested in playing it at all. Oof, Rogue takes a hit. But I have Assassination as A tier, and I think based on playing Assassination just now, like, it felt pretty good. I actually liked it quite a bit, so I think that's still A tier, maybe gets moved to B tier. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll have to look at some of the conduits and that kind of stuff and feel it out. But we still got one rogue spec left to check out, which is Subtlety. And we can see if this is going to stay A tier, if it's going to move up or down. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with the tiers, I'm going to relink this here. Boom. Oh, would see random cards. Yeah. And your spells show up as... Oh, show up as random cards. Gotcha. All right, so let's check out Subtlety. Subtlety, I think for the most part, has stayed pretty similar to what it is in BFA. I think there's a change to Shadow Dance, possibly. But we'll take a look. So, what we got going on in Subtlety is if we are in Stealth, then we have our Shadow Strike. This requires daggers, so I should put those on. Oop. Shadow Strike deals some damage to the target, but it also will teleport you as well when you're stealthed. So if you're not stealth, then you don't get teleported. It gives you 2 combo points. And then that gets you flowing into getting ready for your finishers. So you've got backstab, which does some damage. If you happen to be behind your target, which is not very often in open world content, it does some additional damage. But this will award you combo points. So you want to Shadow Strike, and then you're going to backstab a bunch of times in order to get up to enough to do your Rupture. Rupture gets that bleed going, and then you can build up again, and then you have a couple of options. You can either Eviscerate to just do straight up damage, or you can use Shadow Vault, which jumps up and is kind of like your AoE finishing move, so you have a little more options. You also have Shuriken Storm, which you can cast in order to hit multiple targets and generate a combo point per target hit, so you're basically using that in AoE. And that's kind of what it is, as far as the main rotation without using any sort of like big cooldown abilities. It says we have talents that we haven't picked, so we're gonna pick left side here because that's what we typically start with. All of our Panthers are gone. We got one over here. So if we're in stealth and we Shadow Strike, it will teleport us, and then we build up to our 5 points. We get our Rupture going, and we can build up to 5 points again, and typically I'm gonna Eviscerate. Now we switch specs, so we need to go ahead and put our instant poison on there again. So we've got our poison back. All right, so teleport. Yep, Rupture. This will be a good chance to do Shuriken Storm. Shuriken Storm. We can Shadow Vault to deal damage there. Go back into Shuriken Storm. Shadow Vault again. We're back down to single target, so let's build up some combo points here. Into a bleed. I'll build up some more combo points. Into a nice Eviscerate. Now in that situation, we had some buttons we could push in order to kind of make things easier for ourselves if we wanted to. Let's just go. Whoop. All right, get the bleed going. Build combo points back up. Eviscerate. Cast our Vial. Cast our Evasion. And we're just going to vanish and get out of there. All right, so we need to make some tweaks to our talents, I think. And we also need to look at what our sort of bigger cooldowns are that we could use there. So what we have in the subtlety book here in particular, we've got Shuriken Toss. This just throws out a Shuriken, generates a combo point. We've got Shadow Blades. So this is a big 3-minute cooldown. So we're not going to use this super often, but this causes your combo point generating abilities to generate an additional combo point and deal 50% additional damage as Shadow for 20 seconds. We've got Shadow Dance on a 1-minute cooldown. So this now allows the use of stealth abilities and grants the combat benefits of stealth for 8 seconds and increases damage by 30%. The effect is not broken from taking damage or attacking. Movement speed while active is increased by 20% and damage dealt is increased by 12%. So it's just a big use your stealth abilities and pump your DPS ability that we have here. We also have Shadow Step. So this steps through the shadows to appear behind your target and gain increased movement speed. But most of the time, we're just going to be doing that through our Shadow Strike anyway. And then we have Symbols of Death. So 30-second cooldown here. This generates energy and increases our damage done by 15% for 10 seconds. And our next combo point generator will critically strike as well. So we can work that into our rotation. For passives, Deepening Shadows, your finishing moves reduce the remaining cooldown on Shadow Dance by 1 second per combo point spent. We got Find Weakness. Our attacks from stealth cause our attacks to bypass 30% of the enemy's armor for 18 seconds. Our Mastery increases the damage of our finishing moves. Relentless Strike, your finishing moves generate 6 energy per combo point spent. And then we have Shadow Techniques. Your auto attacks have a chance to generate a combo point and 8 energy. So there's nothing like super synergistic that's going to change up our rotation and make us go, oh, we want to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. For the most part, we just get bonuses for doing the things that we're going to do anyway. The downside, I think, the big downside with subtlety in open world content like this is your ability, your core ability, which is backstab, does way more damage if you're actually behind your target, and you lose, I think, a pretty good amount of DPS by not being able to get behind your target. So if we look at backstab, damage is increased by 20% when you're behind the target, and your critical strikes apply fine weakness. So that 20% I think really does make the difference in this feeling like it's doing pretty well compared to the other specializations versus kind of struggling a little bit. So let's jump into talents and see what we can do about it. So right now, Shadow Strike and Backstab have a chance to hit the target twice each time they deal damage. We're missing a talent here, and then we have Gloom Blade, which replaces Backstab. So this punctures your target with your Shadow Infused Blade for 638, which right now we're doing 497, bypassing armor. So this right here, I think, is just good enough. I think I normally take Gloom Blade because you no longer have to be behind the targets, and you just get that bonus damage. So this puts it, this basically makes it so you're dealing full backstab damage all the time. We've got Night Stalker again, Subterfuge, and then we also have Shadow Focus. Abilities cost 20% less energy while Stealth or Shadow Dance is active. I like Night Stalker. It gives us a little pump on our Shadow Strike that we're using. We've got Vigor, which I just always take most of the time. Here we've got Healing. Heal your maximum health every 1 second while Stealth or Shadow Dance is active. Cheat Death, and we've got Elusiveness. Probably just keep this one because it's passive. On 40, we've got entering Stealth or Shadow Dance makes your next cheap shot free. We've got Night Terrors. Shuriken Storm reduces enemies' movement speed, and then Prey on the Weak. Kind of a whatever talent row for open world content, I think. Yeah. Probably would take Prey on the Weak, I think. 45, Dark Shadow. Shadow Dance increases damage by 30%. We've got Alacrity for the haste, and we have Enveloping Shadows. Deepening Shadows reduces the remaining cooldown of Shadow Dance. So everything is tied into you trying to Shadow Dance as much as possible for the increased boost here. And because of that, our finishing moves are going to reduce the cooldown on Shadow Dance by 1 second per combo point. So let's try to Shadow Dance more often. And maybe let's pick up Enveloping Shadows as well. Actually, I don't know, because we have the damage increase via Dark Shadow. And then on 50, we've got Master of Shadows. Gain 25 energy over 3 seconds when you enter Stealth or activate Shadow Dance. Secret Technique is a new finishing move. Create shadow clones of yourself. You and your clones perform a piercing attack on up to 6 enemies near your target. That deals a nice chunk of damage. 5 points is 2,600 damage versus Eviscerate's 1,400. And then Shuriken Tornado just shoots out a ton of shurikens. So let's go ahead and pick up Gloom Blade for sure. Let's keep Night Stalker Vigor. That's fine. That's fine. Let's try Enveloping Shadows. And also, let's keep Master of Shadows. So let's try to do like a lot of shadow dancing here. Okay. So the idea is we just shadow dance, and then we do our finishing moves in order to reduce the cooldown of Shadow Dance. We've got an additional charge of Shadow Dance. We no longer get a... Okay, we get a 15% damage boost and not a 30% damage boost. All right, and then I imagine... Let's see, we're dealing 1100. Deals an additional 25% damage, so about... what are we looking at there? Almost 1500, but we should have... Okay, we do not have access to ambush. So we're just going to, like, Shadow Strike a whole bunch. Hello there, Tariq. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream. They need shadow clones so you can get behind an open world. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's try this out. Shadow Strike. Let's go straight into Shadow Dance, and now we just, like, Shadow Strike spam, right? Until the thing dies. And we got full combo points. So let's Rupture. Let's cast our Gloom Blade. Get back up there to an Eviscerate. Let's go ahead and Shadow Dance again. We want to use the ability that I don't have on my stealth bar right now, which would be... Not Shadow Step. Symbols of Death to generate more... Yeah, more energy here. Okay, this is already feeling a little bit better. Yeah, the only problem I see is I'm running out of energy really quickly. So unless I Symbols of Death, which is on a 30-second cooldown, so that's actually not that bad. So we go this, we Shadow Dance. We want to have a finishing move in stealth, right? So we can use that while we're in stealth. So yeah, that's okay. That's the problem that I'm seeing right now is we just don't have like our stealth bar set up, right? We want to have Eviscerate in here to spin that. We potentially want to have like Kidney Shot for a stun could be good. And also we want Rupture in there somewhere. Yeah, let's do... I think this is going to make a little bit more sense. Shadow Strike into Shadow Dance, and then we can just like spam this. We've got Eviscerate. We just keep spamming. Yeah, that's way better. That's way better already. Wow, that's like night and day with this spec. All right, so here we're out of Shadow Dance. So at this point, we just go into like our normal little, let's spin some finishing move points, right? And then when we have Shadow Dance up, we can go here, Shadow Dance. We just spam the crap out of Shadow Strike, and every time we have combo points, we can just use them, and that's going to reduce the cooldown of Shadow Dance. So now, there we go. We got Shadow Dance again, right? Boom, Shadow Dance again. And we want to put Symbols of Death on our stealth bar as well, because we need to use that to get our energy back. And let's track our Shadow Dance. We are at 0 charges, so we probably don't want to engage something like 2 enemies here. But I'm thinking maybe if we are not casting Eviscerate, I think Secret Technique might be worth getting. Gain 25 energy over 3 seconds when you enter stealth or activate Shadow Dance. I don't know. It might feel bad to take that energy away, but I want to try adding Secret Technique. So let's put this on there. Okay, let's drop in Shadow Dance here. We're just going to ignore Rupture for a minute. I think we want the extra charge of Shadow Dance. We do get a free cheap shot with Shadow Dance, so we should be hitting that, I think. Increases the duration of Shadow Dance by 1 second. That doesn't seem that great. So we're checking out Rogue. We're on the last specialization here, Tariq. And then I think we're going to switch over and do Paladin. Okay, so now let's go here. Shadow Dance. Let's spam this up to 5 points. Use Secret Technique. Spam again. We've got... I hit Shadow Dance. Dang it. I didn't mean to do that. What is... Must be in... No, I don't have to be in stealth if I have Shadow Dance up. Okay, let's try this again. Because what I wanted to do there was I wanted to use the free cheap shot. Right? So we do this. We Shadow Dance. We cheap shot. Then we spam this up. We use Secret Technique. We start spamming again. We eviscerate. And we're not quite back to a charge yet. So I think we kind of every other enemy or every like third enemy, we have to do this little rotation to like get our charges back. Secret Technique. We can use our little stun. Oh, come on. Yep. This is feeling better. I think I just need, like, I need more practice. I need to figure out some more stuff. I need to see what these... We're missing one talent? One talent right now. I still think I'd end up taking Gloomblade anyway. Alright, we do this to get our energy back. Yeah. Yeah, I just need some practice on subtlety, I think. But this is only one way to build it. But man, I feel like enveloping shadows is what makes this more interesting. So I actually wonder, like, how else do you build this out? Man, Night Stalker is increased damage, but I almost feel like Shadow Focus might be better. Like 20% less energy while Stealth or Shadow Dance is active, because one of the issues that I'm running into is running out of energy. That might actually be better. I want to try that. I want to try that, and then I think that'll be the end of the road testing. So let's try Shadow Focus. We're going to deal less damage, but that's okay. Your next cheap shot is free. Isn't it free anyway? Let's try Prey on the Weak. Yeah. Let's try that. Okay, so the idea here is we're doing the same thing. We definitely want to get our little cheap shot in there. Switch these around. Okay, so Shadow Strike into Shadow Dance into cheap shot. Boom, boom, boom. That felt a lot better, actually. Shadow Dance. Boom. Okay, yeah, that's way more efficient. That 20% reduced energy costs makes that feel a heck of a lot better. don't know why I cast a bleed there. Okay, so what I really need is to put Shadow Dance like right there, so I can maybe on 5, since that's where I have it on stealth. So I can go into that like as soon as possible, right? So it's like this into Shadow Dance, into that, into this, into that, into that, into this. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That's cool. I finally feel like I unlocked it. Okay. This is a little bit of a different stream, man. Like yesterday, I don't know, I felt like I was playing classes I was pretty familiar with, you know? And there wasn't like a whole lot for me to figure out, I guess. This time I'm like, man, I'm just sitting here like basically nerding out, trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. That's so annoying. This part doesn't feel quite as good, like when you're just like not able to shadow dance, but you gotta pay your dues, right? Into shadow dance and boom. Oh, we are running on empty here. Okay. Yep. I think that's enough testing for Rogue. I think I have a better idea of what's going on, and overall, I think Assassination is now kind of like top of the pack for me in terms of which specialization I like the most. Subtlety, I think, is close behind. I just need a little more like time and experience with playing it and getting used to Shadow Dance because it's so weird now. And then Outlaw, I think, like I said, I think I'm just bored with it. It's still good. It still plays really well, but I've just like, I've been playing Outlaw since they came out with Outlaw as my main spec for Rogue, just because I like rolling the bones and I like shooting stuff with guns. And yeah, I think I'm just kind of bored with it now. All told, I think like Rogue has, I think Rogue's moved down. In general for me. Like Outlaw, I'm no longer interested in playing it at all. I think Assassination is like getting dropped into the fun alt spec, and I think Subtlety is getting dropped into I might screw around with it. Which means I'm no longer considering Rogue in its current state as something that I might use as a possible Covenant main. Now, Rogue is the only class right now that doesn't have any legendary abilities to mess around with, so there's that. There's also a missing talent for like every single Rogue specialization, I think. At least 2 of them have a totally just missing talent. It feels like Rogues are the most like incomplete class that's in Shadowlands right now. And so, like, take that, you know, fun that I'm having with Rogue with a grain of salt. Like, definitely take it with a grain of salt. Alright, we have to make a new Paladin because the Paladin I've been playing is, like, advanced into Covenant content and has, like, Covenant ability and a Soulbind tree and everything else. So, let's make a new Paladin. What are we gonna make? Can't be an Orc Paladin. What would be cool as a Paladin? Man, there's not a lot of options. Over on the Horde side, I wonder why. We could do a Zandalari Paladin. Mechagnomes can't be Paladins, huh? Too many robot parts? Man, there really aren't a lot of options. I guess we'll do let's do a Light Forged Draenei. I lost interest in Rogue after Legion came out. Yeah, Legion, I don't know. Rogue feels fine. I never feel bad playing Rogue, but I mained Rogue in Warlords of Draenor, and I think you're right. Like, after that, it kind of just became like a side class for me. Like, yeah. Warlords of Draenor, Rogue was my main class. And, yeah, Legion came out, BFA came out, and they just kind of like... I wanted to change mains, obviously, just for fun. Oh, that looks pretty good. I wanted to change mains just to change mains and do something different. Oh, I made him a mage. Nobody said anything. Well, you know what that means. We're going with Tariq's suggestion of Tauren. No! Regular Tauren. There we go. I really want to name this guy the Horny Light instead of the Holy Light, but I don't think that's acceptable. So, let's see. Let's roll with it. Okay. Tauren prop pallies are the best. But yeah, I think I agree with you. Like Rogues, Legion, like all that stuff. Yeah, they just took a side seat for other classes. All right, let's go try out Paladin. So here's the thing with Paladin. Paladin right now, protection is my number one specialization, but I need to do this testing to figure it out. Like the only thing I have right now for possible main spec for Shadowlands is Protection Paladin, Fury Warrior, and Frost DK. And I think Frost DK is... I think I just have it up there to have 3 things. I don't know if it's really a contender. I think Frost DK is a contender because DK as a whole is like a contender. I like everything in a DK. Like I have... 1 DK spec S tier, and then the rule is if something is in S tier, it can't also be in A tier, right? Because I'm not going to play a Frost DK and a Death Knight, or like a Blood DK and an Unholy DK and 3 different Covenants. I'm just going to have 1 DK. So if DK is in the S tier, it can't be in the A tier, which means the next best thing is the B tier. And so I've got 1 DK spec in S tier and 2 DK specs in B tier, which is basically the best like ranking that a class can possibly get right now. And for Warrior, I've got 1 in S tier, I've got 1 in B tier, and 1 in C tier. So it's not quite as good as Blood DK, but Fury Warrior is like a super strong S. And then Protection Paladin has S tier and 2 B tiers. So it's also way up there with DK as well. But it's a pretty strong S tier, just like Fury is. I hate how Tauren's run now. Okay, we're going to spend the next 15 minutes just watching this Tauren run. I'm just kidding. Let's check out legendaries. So we actually have legendaries to test this time. And if you guys can't tell, my energy level is up. I don't know what it was about Rogue, but Rogue was just like draining my soul, man. This is draining my soul. I was like, there's nothing. It's all the same. Okay. Well, that's just a clear indicator that like I should not be roguing at all in Shadowlands. So we're on Paladin, and the energy is here. We're going to craft legendary items. Let's do it. We are currently ret. So let's check out what we got here. Actually, let's just go ahead and grab all of our materials. I know I'm going to want to craft some stuff, so let's just grab it. Let's do it. Get a bunch of haste, a bunch of mastery. Bop, 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 bop. Man, Rogue, I think that was like the least excited I've been in these like build testing streams so far was with Rogue. So if you're wanting to main rogue, don't take that as rogue is bad. Rogue just is not interesting to me right now. Okay, so Blessing of Freedom. Yep, don't care about that. When you reach 5 holy power, you gain. I do want to try this one, so let's see if we can get Of Dusk and Dawn. Don't really care about that one. I do want to try Tempest of the Lightbringer because it sounds kind of silly. That sounds pretty fun too. Don't care about that one. I do want to try that one. And I don't care about that one. Okay, so we want Dusk and Dawn, Tempest of the Lightbringer, Relentless Inquisitor, and Final Verdict. So let's see if we can get any of those. We've got Uther's Guard. We've got Arbiter's Judgment. Liadrin's Fury. Alright, here's Final Verdict. Let's grab this one. Oh, I didn't get my materials. That was on the chess piece, right? Yes, it was. Okay. So chess piece, and we want Final Verdict. All right, let's go gloves, and nope, not that one. Helmet. We've got Dusk and Dawn. Yep, we want that one. Okay, let's drop these over here. All right, shoulders. We got Dusk and Dawn again. Pants. We've got both of them. Okay, so let's grab Tempest of the Lightbringer. Actually, let's see if we can find a different one on a different piece real quick. There's Tempest of the Lightbringer. Cool. And then we'll use the pants to make the other one. Relentless Inquisitor. Okay, so we got all those to test. The Spinning Holy Power one, that is Paladin generic. Divine Storm, I think, is Ret specific. And then this one is Paladin generic. And this one is Ret specific. Okay, so let's switch specs. Let's go over to Holy, see if there's anything we want to pick up specifically for Holy. Warrior's my only S tier so far. Did you watch any of the videos? All right, so we got these. Okay, Holy Shock protects the target with a shield of Holy Light. That actually sounds interesting. That also is weird. So let's pick up Shadowbreaker and Shock Barrier, if we can. Okay, we got Shock Barrier. So this one's for Holy, and then the other one is Shadowbreaker. Nice. All right, and then let's go to Prot. 4 leaps, I'm sold. I should grab that legendary and just go leap around. Okay, so we've got Ardent Protector. Meh. Yep, we're gonna get Bulwark. And Holy Avenger's Engraved Sigil. All right, there's the Bulwark. And then we need the Sigil. No, don't make me buy more gear. Why? All right, what are we missing? We're missing a ring and a chest piece and boots and gloves and a helmet and pants and a belt. Okay. Let's try again. I really wish it would just tell me. There we go, sigil. Okay, cool. So we've got all the legendaries. We've got quite a few to test out, which some of them I think are going to be pretty fun. Let's switch back over. Man, we'll start with Rhett. Okay. Let's go. Rhett is pretty fun. Rhett has like 8 million buttons to push, and they're all pretty much baseline. You have them without talents. It's kind of ridiculous because I'm used to Rhett having like 4 buttons to push, and that's it. And then you're like, please let me get some talents. Please, I need more buttons to push. But now they just have so much stuff baseline that it's actually pretty awesome. It feels really good playing Rhett. I've played Rhett a decent chunk in Shadowlands, and I've played Prot a bunch. I did a bunch of Torghast with Prot Paladin, and that's been a lot of fun. While we're flying in, I'm going to AFK for just a minute, get up, get some blood flowing, grab another drink, and then I'll be back, and we'll check out Paladin. This is going to be a pretty fun one, I think. So stay tuned. I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right, we're back. Let's see. Is your warrior guide still up to date? The beginner guide? Yes, it's still good to go for BFA. Just make sure you check the comment that's pinned to the top of the video because it has a correction for shield block, I think. But yeah, if you check that out, the guide is still definitely usable. All right, let's go down and test out some Rhett. So as far as Paladin stuff goes, across the board, Paladin's got blessings back. So those are a thing now, and they're down here. I think Prot and Holy have 3, and Rhett has 4. So Prot, Holy, and Ret all have access to Crusader, which increases your mounted speed. They've all got access to Devotion Aura, which reduces the damage you take. And then Concentration Aura, which makes interrupt and silence effects shorter for people around you. Ret also has Retribution Aura, where whenever a party or raid member within 40 yards dies, you get Avenging Wrath for 12 seconds. So that's a little bonus one. For the most part, I think you're going to be using Crusader Aura when you're just traveling around, and you're going to be using like Devotion Aura for the damage reduction any other time out in the open world. So most of the other stuff for Ret doesn't actually matter. It matters more on Protection and Holy. So if you look, we've got Consecration. Across the board, we've got Flash of Light, which we had before. We've still got our Divine Steed. We've got, you know, our Divine Shield, all that kind of good stuff. Our Blessings are in here. Avenging Wrath. We've got Hammer of Wrath. This is a new execute ability. Hurls a divine hammer that strikes an enemy for 1100, only usable on enemies that have less than 20% health or during Avenging Wrath, and it generates some holy power. We got our Taunt, Judgment, Lay on Hands. We do have Shield of the Righteous, but we're not using a shield on Ret, so it's kind of whatever. There's a new ability here, Word of Glory. This is available across the board to everyone. And it's cost 3 holy power, and it calls down the light to heal a friendly target. You can use it on yourself, or you can use it on someone else. So it's pretty nice. It's just a self heal you can throw in there, so that you can spend holy power on a self heal instead of having to like spend mana on Flash of Light. For Ret specific, the big thing here is we have Wake of Ashes baseline now. So super awesome ability. Love this ability. Usually took it on the talent row because it's so cool. It's 45-second cooldown. It deals almost 3,000 damage, which is a bunch. And it's an AoE 3,000 damage, which is even better. And if you happen to cast it on demon or undead targets, it stuns them. It also is going to generate some holy power. Overall, it's just really, really nice. Passives, we've got auto attacks have a chance to reset the cooldown of Blade of Justice, just like they do in the live game. And then we've got our Mastery, which increases our holy damage done. So Judgment judges the target and causes them to take increased damage from your next holy power ability. And then we have our Crusader Strike, which is sort of our filler that generates holy power. So we're gonna kind of open with these 3 abilities here. We can like Judge, and then Blade of Justice to put that on cooldown. And then we're up to like 4 holy power. Everything costs 3. So we Templar's Verdict on a single target, and then we can roll back into our abilities. We've got Hammer of Wrath for our little execute thing there too. And that's pretty much what we're doing, right? So Judge. We do our Blade of Justice. We get up to our holy power. Once we hit 3, we're good to cast our Templar's Verdict. Yep, so right there, we can just go ahead and cast it, build up, cast it again, Hammer of Wrath. Right here, get our Judgment. Boom. There we go. We're up to 5. We got a proc for Blade of Justice again. We can cast Word of Glory if I can find it. We can also Wake of Ashes here to deal some big damage. Do I have Word of Glory on the bar? There. Nope, that's Shield of Vengeance. We want to put Word of Glory on the bar because this is just a good like heal that we can cast on ourselves with 3 holy power. Right? And that would have helped us a lot in that situation. So even here, we have excess left over. We can just go ahead and hit that. And we got a bunch of procs there and basically got ourselves back up to full health. Right. Templar's Verdict. Templar's Verdict and Hammer of Wrath. And we can top ourselves off with Word of Glory. And Flash of Light. Like, it feels pretty good. And, you know, we still have, like, Consecration that we can put down. We've got our Wake of Ashes that we can use when it's off cooldown. If we are in an AoE situation, then we obviously have our Divine Storm that we can use instead of Templar's Verdict. But against single targets, we just want to use Templar's Verdict. I don't know, the flow feels pretty good. It's nice to have so many buttons on ret, so like Judgment. We've got a solid like five or six abilities that we can use basically every fight, right? So we're using Judgment, we're using Crusader Strike, Blade of Justice, Templar's Verdict, and we're probably using Hammer of Wrath for, you know, our execute ability. We also can throw out the Consecration there pretty often. So that in itself is 6 abilities that you're using that aren't coming from talents at all that you can get involved in the fight with. And basically, like I said, you just swap out Divine Storm for Templar's Verdict in AoE, and then you can throw in your Wake of Ashes too pretty regularly because it's on a 45-second cooldown. So Paladin, Ret Pally is feeling pretty good. So if we get into the talents, we can take a look at some of the other options we have here. So on the 35 tier, we're just taking Cavalier to give Divine Steed 2 charges. Like that's all there is to it. I'm not taking any other talent on that row. At 15, we've got Zeal. Judgment empowers you with Holy Zeal, causing your next 3 auto attacks to occur 30% faster and deal additional holy damage. We've got Righteous Verdict. Templar's Verdict increases the damage of your next Templar's Verdict by 15% for 6 seconds. So if you're cycling through Templar's Verdict a lot, that is nice. And then we have Execution Sentence. So this is a holy power spender. 30-second cooldown, calls down the light's punishment, dealing 1800 holy damage and increasing the target's holy damage taken from your attacks by 20% for 12 seconds. Like you can see, we have like plenty of other things to do. So I don't even know if we want to pick this up and add that into our rotation. 1800, our Templar's Verdict is doing about 1800. So really, all we're getting from it that's significantly different is the 20% increased damage taken for 12 seconds. So maybe it's good to like open with this first and then go into Templar's Verdict, but I don't know if that's worth a talent point. 25, reduce the cooldown of Crusader Strike by 15% and grants it a 15% chance to make your next ability consume 1 less holy power. Pretty nice. Blade of Wrath resets the cooldown of Blade of Justice 100% more often and increases the damage, so you can get more of those Blade of Justice procs, which is going to get you more holy power more often, so you can use your finishers. It's actually pretty nice. Crusader Strike right now has less than a 5-second recharge. And then we have Empyrean Power. Crusader Strike has a 15% chance to make your next Divine Storm free and deal additional damage. So if you're in a heavy AoE environment, you can pick this up. 30 is our like CC row. It's kind of whatever. 35, like I said, Cavalier. 40, we've got Divine Purpose. Holy Power abilities have a 15% chance to make your next Holy Power ability free and deal increased damage and healing. I really like this talent quite a bit. It gets us like free Word of Glory heals. It gets us extra like Templar's Verdicts and stuff. It's usually my go-to on this row. We've got Holy Avenger, which is a 3-minute cooldown that triples your holy generation. And we have Seraphim, 45-second cooldown. It magnifies your power for 15 seconds, granting you a bunch of secondary stats. 45, we got Selfless Healer. Your holy power spinning abilities reduce the cast time of your next flash of light by 25% and increase its healing done by 10%. Stacks up to 4 times. So this can get you to a instant cast, more powerful flash of light. It's nice to have the additional healing there. Justicar's Vengeance. This is a big holy power spender. You've got to have 5 holy power. Deals a powerful weapon strike that deals 1400 and restores health equal to the damage done. The damage is increased when you use it against a stunned target. So to me, this kind of feels like more of like a PvP ability. I'm not really needing to stun targets out here, but you totally can. And there's like a synergy going on here, but I don't know. I feel like I just want to spend my holy power on like my normal stuff most of the time. Then we have healing hands. When you lay on hands an ally at less than 30% health, the cooldown is reduced by 50%. Obviously, if I'm out here soloing, then whatever. And then on 50, we got Sanctified Wrath. Avenging Wrath lasts longer. During Avenging Wrath, each holy power spent causes you to explode with Holy Light, dealing AoE damage. Crusade, which replaces Avenging Wrath. Call upon the Wrath to begin a crusade, increasing your damage and done. And haste by 3% for 30 seconds. Each holy power you spend continues to increase those stats by 3% up to a maximum of 10 stacks or 30% increase on damage and haste. And then we have Inquisition. This spends 1 to 3 holy power to increase your damage done and haste by 7% and lasts 15 seconds per holy power consumed. I actually do like Inquisition as something you could throw in there to just speed yourself up whenever you feel like it. So if we look at talent builds, I think I'm going to stick with Zeal, go Blade of Wrath, and then we're going to pick up Cavalier. We're going to keep the Divine Purpose. Let's pick up Inquisition. And I think we're just going to hold on to Selfless Healer. So not a lot of tweaks here, but we should Blade of Wrath more often. And we now have Inquisition, which we might want to use as the first thing we do with our holy power before we go into Templar's Verdict. So let's try this out. So we're going to Judgment, Blade of Wrath, go here. We'll Inquisition for 3 points. There we go. Into that. Boom, boom, boom. We got 3 points. Wow, Inquisition actually lasts a really long time. That lasts quite a bit. So we're still at 50 seconds. So we don't even have to like buff it too much. We got a maxed out Flash of Light if we wanted it. We can go ahead and throw out an Inquisition. This should extend the duration. No, it's not going to because a more powerful version is already active. Okay, so we want to cast it with 3. Okay, now we can Hammer Wrath. Yeah, this just feels good. It's a pretty slick little rotation. Lots of buttons to push pretty much constantly. Re-up that. Man, it feels like Hammer of Wrath just hits a little bit too lightly. Like it's just not getting the job done. Obviously, it's going to get the job done right there. Okay. We could, like, get ourselves some health back. We still have so long. Yeah, see what I mean? It's like Hammer of Wrath hits, and it's like a sliver of health is left. Like, you didn't quite make it. Either way, this build feels pretty good. I like it. Inquisition, man, Inquisition, actually, that's not that bad. 3 holy power, you set it up, it's good for 45 seconds. You could refresh it between enemies if you don't need to cast like a Word of Glory to top yourself off. Even if you do, you can cast Word of Glory during the fight. Like, I don't know, that feels pretty good. So let's check out the legendaries we got and see if those make any sort of a difference. So we have this one, Divine Storm, projects Divine Storm forward 20 yards, damaging all enemies in its path, which this just sounds weird to me. So I wanted to test it out and just kind of see what happens. I don't think this is actually going to change anything build-wise. It just sounds a little ridiculous. So now it's like Whoa. Okay, so it just shoots out a beam of light. Just kind of whatever. I don't care about that at all. Replaces Templar's Verdict with Final Verdict, a devastating strike that does 18-19 holy damage, right? Which is exactly what it does now, but it says has a 50% chance to activate Hammer of Wrath and reset its cooldown. Now, the thing that I wanted to find out with this legendary is, does it cast Hammer of Wrath? Or does it just let us cast it? Right? I'm hoping that it casts Hammer of Wrath, because if it does, that's actually pretty sick. So let's... Templar's Verdict. Okay, so it activates Hammer of Wrath. But it's not... It looks like it's not resetting the cooldown, though. Which seems to be a problem with a lot of these, like, legendaries right now. So, activates Hammer of Wrath. We build back up to it again. Yeah, it's not resetting the... Why is that such a thing in beta right now, man? That's driving me nuts. Like, a lot of these talents and abilities that are supposed to reset cooldowns are just not resetting them. Is it because, like, will it reset it now? Okay. It'll reset it, but not if it activated it itself, is what it looks like. Oh, let's use this flash of light. Let's use a word of glory. Okay. So if it activates it, then it's not going to... Oh, it did reduce the cooldown that time. Either way, I like that legendary. I think I would totally run that on Ret. Wow, that was some chunky damage. All right, so that's Retribution Paladin. Like I said, a lot going on. It feels pretty good. There's lots of buttons to mash. The talent build here feels pretty good. I like that legendary that we just tried out. We got a couple other Paladin legendaries as well that are just generic. So this one says spending Holy Power grants you 20 haste per Holy Power spent for 12 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Sounds a little bit nuts. And then also, when you reach 5 Holy Power, you gain Blessing of Dawn. When you reach 0 Holy Power, you gain Blessing of Dusk. Dawn increases your damage and healing by 6%, and Dusk reduces your damage taken. Let's try this ridiculous one here, and let's actually get like our Inquisition going. So we want to spend Holy Power, which I just hit some sort of a weird wall trying to generate there. That was kind of irritating. So Relentless Inquisitor, that's what we got there. So to keep that up, we just want to spend Holy Power. So let's spend it. Let's keep it up. We're up to 15. We got to heal for ourselves. Spend some Holy Power there. There we go. Boom. Boom. Absolutely ridiculous. We were about to run out of our Inquisition. Totally fine. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. The increased haste. Don't feel as much as I think you will on like a one-hander with like prot. All right, let's switch over and check out Holy real quick. I really only have one interest with Holy, and that is the melee healing build. So that's really what I'm going to check out here. And I'm just going to go over the keys to the melee healing build as they make sense here. So basically, we got a couple of things going on. So for our passives, we have Mastery, Lightbringer, increases healing done by 21% based on the proximity of your target. So if you're closer, you're going to deal more damage. I think that's it as far as the like melee healer build goes for passives. So for our abilities, we are mainly looking at Light of Dawn. This unleashes a wave of holy energy, healing up to 5 injured allies within a 15-yard frontal cone for 641. It's also a holy power spender. We've got our Judgment, and then we have Holy Shock, which we can use to deal like a burst heal as well. But then for Holy, we actually have a couple of things in here that we get across the board now. We have Crusader Strike, we have Avenging Wrath, we've got Consecration, and then we have Hammer of Wrath for the Execute. So, and we also have Shield of the Righteous, which is totally cool to go ahead and like one-handed shield on Holy as well. So we're going to do that. Boom. One-hand shield on Holy. So now we also have Shield of the Righteous if we want it. If we don't, then I think we had... No, they didn't give us a... Oh, there's our Intels. No, they're both Intel shields. Okay, so yeah. And then for our one-hander, we currently have a Mace with Intellect. Yep, so we're good there. Okay, so how do we put this together? Well, basically, we're going to go up there and we're going to be dealing damage to the enemy. We've got Word of Glory, which we can cast on ourselves or someone else. And then we have our Light of Dawn, which we can cast. And we can also Holy Shock our friends in order to heal them, as opposed to Holy Shocking the enemy in order to deal damage to them. We've got our other healing abilities as well that we can use, mostly in like a cast style. Which we may need to do sometimes because, you know, in like a 5-man group, you can't just like only melee heal. So at the base level, we're really not doing anything fancy, right? So if we want to heal, let's go up here and take some damage. The general idea is because you're melee, you're going to be dealing damage. And as you're taking damage... you've got like your Holy Shock, which you can cast on yourself. It won't let me click off. All right, so we can Holy Shock ourselves. And then we can use our spenders to, I forgot this isn't set up like my other paladin is, to generate holy power. So here we're actually going to be using stuff like our Crusader Strike. That's going to help us build up holy power. We've got Hammer of Wrath. And then we can Light of Dawn heal in front of us. So we need to change up this bar real quick. We want Crusader Strike. And then we want Word of Dawn as like our main thing that we're doing there. We also want our Judgment to be over here. So we're going to like Holy Shock, Judgment, Crusader Strike. Holy Shock we can use as damage to generate holy power, or we can use it as a heal. We also want to throw out our Consecration when we can. We have Shield of the Righteous, but really we're going to be using our Light of the Dawn most of the time for healing, or we're going to cast Word of Glory for healing. We could throw Shield of the Righteous onto the bar, but it's kind of bleh. And then in the actual holy stuff, like we're not doing anything too crazy with this stuff. We'll have it available if we need it, but we can open up with like a Holy Shock. Judgment in this case causes the target to take increased damage from your next Crusader Strike or Holy Shock. So we go ahead and hit that, and that gets us a boosted Crusader Strike. We can Word of Dawn to AoE heal, or more appropriately, if we are in like a solo content, we're actually just going to cast Word of Glory on ourselves here. Build up some more holy power. We can Word of Glory again. Keep ourselves topped off. Got our little flash of light proc there. Hammer of Wrath, right? So that's what you're doing before you actually get into any sort of talents or any sort of legendaries, conduits, all that kind of good stuff. So when we get into the talents, we have a couple of things that will let us make this even better. So first, we've got some abilities, and then we've got some other sort of like windows that we could use. So up top here, we have Light's Hammer, or we have Bestow Faith or Crusader's Might. These actually all kind of work. So Crusader's Might says Crusader's Strike reduces the cooldown of Holy Shock by 1.5 seconds, which means you get to Holy Shock more often, so that's damage or healing. You've got Bestow Faith, which is an instant cast with a 12-second cooldown. You begin mending the wounds of a friendly target, healing them for 1900 after 5 seconds. So that's also another instant cast heal you could throw out while you're in the middle of melee combat. What I actually like is Light's Hammer. It's a 1-minute cooldown, but it throws down a hammer and deals damage to enemies and heals nearby allies every 2 seconds for 14 seconds. So this gives you another thing that you can throw down to both deal damage and heal. On 25, we've got mainly just Judgment of Light or Holy Prism. Judgment of Light causes the next 25 successful attacks against the target to heal the attacker for 65. So that does help heal you. It helps heal your like melee damage dealers that are up there attacking the target. I'm not sure if I think it'll count spells and stuff too. So all around, this just kind of helps. You get to judge fairly often. 11-second cooldown. So not too bad. Then you also have Holy Prism. This is a 20-second cooldown, instant cast. It fires a beam of light that scatters to strike a clump of targets. If you aim it at an enemy, it deals damage and radiates healing. If you aim it at a friendly target, then it heals and radiates damage. I like this because it's a 20-second cooldown that, once again, it gives us the healing and the damage stuff that we're trying to do. 30 is our CC. 35, we're probably taking maybe Cavalier. If we don't take Cavalier, then I think we're probably taking Unbreakable Spirit. And Unbreakable Spirit is just going to reduce our big cooldowns that we can use. We might still take Cavalier in dungeons just to keep up with everybody. On 40, we've got our Holy Power abilities, giving us a chance to make our next Holy Power free. That's great. Probably the one that I'm going to take. 45, we have Sanctified Wrath. We've got Awakening. And we have Avenging Crusader. So a couple things going on here. Sanctified Wrath increases the duration of Avenging Wrath and reduces Holy Shock's cooldown by 50% when we're in Avenging Wrath. So it pumps up that cooldown we want to use. Avenging Crusader replaces Avenging Wrath. And this says it increases your Crusader Strike, Judgment, and auto attack damage by 30%. Crusader Strike and Judgment cooldown 30% faster and heal up to 3 injured allies for 250% of the damage they deal. This lasts 25 seconds. So now, instead of just having the typical Avenging Wrath here where we increase damage, healing, and crit by 30%, we now are going to increase Crusader Strike, Judgment, and auto attack damage by 30%. But our Crusader Strike and Judgment are going to heal nearby targets, which is pretty nice. We also have Awakening, which says Word of Glory and Light of Dawn have a 15% chance to grant you Avenging Wrath for 10 seconds. So you got a couple of options here, right? So you have I go into Avenging Wrath and then I can like instant cast spam Holy Shock a bunch of times to heal people. You have the replace Avenging Wrath with something that pumps my damage and lets me AoE heal by dealing damage. And then you have as I'm using these, like Word of Glory is right here, and Light of Dawn's the like AoE close range heal you're going to be using. As you use those, you have the chance to just get 10 seconds of Avenging Wrath, which increases your damage, healing, and crit. So a couple options there. I think I would have to play around with them and see which one I like the most. But I'm pretty sure it would be Avenging Crusader or possibly Awakening. And then on 50, we've got Glimmer of Light, Beacon of Faith, and Beacon of Virtue. And on this one, Glimmer of Light, Holy Shock leaves a glimmer. When you Holy Shock, all targets with Glimmer of Light are healed or damaged, and you can have up to 8 Glimmer of Lights. And these will last for 30 seconds, so you can start kind of like multi-hot-ing to get a bunch of extra heals onto your party members. You could also do Beacon of Faith. This is instant cast. You mark a second target as a beacon, mimicking the effects of Beacon of Light. Your heals now heal both of your beacons, but at 30% reduced effectiveness. So your Beacon of Light says wrap a single ally in holy energy, causing your heals on other party or raid members to also heal that ally for 50% of the amount healed. Healing this ally directly with Flash of Light or Holy Light grants 1 holy power. So this will let you have 2 beacons of light. You get reduced healing, but now you can pump out even more heals. I think this would probably be my go-to on this row. And then we have Beacon of Virtue. It replaces Beacon of Light. You apply a Beacon of Light to your target and 3 injured allies within 30 yards for 8 seconds. As opposed to this just being a thing that you put on the target for good. All allies affected will be healed for 50% of the amount of your other healing done, and you can generate holy power. So as far as a build goes, what I would do is Light's Hammer, Holy Prison, whatever here. I think keep Divine Purpose. Let's try Awakening and see how often that procs, and then do like Beacon of Faith. Right. So I don't think... I guess we can cast Beacon of Faith on ourselves. Interesting. All right, so let's Holy Shock. Judgment, we have our Holy Prism. That's on a 20-second cooldown, so we can use that pretty often. Generate some holy power, and we can Word of Glory on ourselves. Now this is Word of Glory and Light of Dawn have a 15% chance to put us into... Avenging Wrath, which we just got it, which is pretty sick. Okay, it's Holy Shock. Okay, no Avenging Wrath there. Yeah, I think this might be a nice build here. Oh, did we double proc that? Wow, that's pretty sick. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot, actually. Okay, so we can throw the hammer out here. Let's go ahead and boom, boom. Yeah, I think you can get the flow of this to work out pretty well. Yeah, this is nice, actually. Every time I'm like, come on, let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get the Avenging Wrath. Oh yeah, and we do have our aura that we can click on as well. Do like a consecration there. We've got our holy prism. Nice. Don't need to use that. Oh, we got Avenging Wrath. Increased critical. Nice. Yeah, that feels really good. I like it. I like the build. I like the setup. Let's check out a couple legendaries here and see if we've got anything that is going to make this like take it over the edge. So we've got Holy Shock protects the target with a shield of holy light for 18 seconds, absorbing up to 725 damage. But if we cast that on an enemy, I'm assuming it's not going to do anything. No. Okay, so we would need to like Holy Shock ourselves. Right, so now we have shock barrier. Okay. I'm not writing this one off because, I mean, you're probably Holy Shocking your allies, right, when you have them. Definitely not a solo legendary. All right, and then Light of Dawn's range is increased to 40 yards, and all allies inside your Light of Dawn receive 10% increased healing for your spells for 6 seconds. Okay, Light of Dawn with a ridiculous, and we get the little boost there. That's pretty nice. I think this kind of works you into casting Light of Dawn more often. No Avenging Wrath procs. Makes me sad. Give me Avenging Wrath. We're definitely staying more topped off with this. I'm not even using these Flash of Light procs. Maybe that's the time to use it. Yeah, that feels pretty good, man. Pretty good. I don't even know if like the legendary is necessary there. That just feels like a pretty sweet build for Paladin. I'm actually really excited to try that out in dungeons, which is going to be some form of testing that we're going to do coming up next. I'm going to be trying out the healers and the tanks in dungeons probably after all this like testing stuff is done. All right, and then the last one to check out is Prot. This is the one I'm the most excited about so far. So we'll see if it holds up. I think our weapon, we want to use the sword to get some strength, and then we want to switch to the shield. Also get some strength. Okay, so let's check it out. So Protection Paladin now uses Holy Power. So does Holy. I didn't bring that up, but Holy Power is a thing across all 3 specializations now. In the overall Paladin tab here, I think for the most part we got the addition of Hammer of Wrath, and I want to say that's like it. We've got Word of Glory, but Word of Glory kind of replaces the old Paladin ability that we could use that would heal us, and then based on how low our health was, it would heal us even more. That ability is gone now, and we kind of have Word of Glory in its place. As far as the rotation goes, you've got your Judgment. This is going to increase the damage that the targets take from your next Holy Power ability. You've got your Avenger's Shield. It generates a Holy Power plus an additional when it damages a target for the first time. We've got our Hammer of Righteous as our Holy Power generator. We've got Shield Slam, which now is our main Holy Power spender. So you're just going to slam this out as much as you possibly can. It deals damage and increases your armor for 4.5 seconds. We've got Wrath for the Execute, and then we have Consecration, which gives us a bunch of different benefits when we are Protection. And we have unspent talent points, so let's plug those in real quick. So slow on a Tauren. I know we're running the same speed, but okay, so we get this going. We got our Avenging Wrath, right? Get our hammers. Shield of the Righteous. We get our procs. This. Execute. Judgment. Boom. Shield of the Righteous. Throw out our shield. Throw out our shield. Execute. it's kind of weird. Without talents, this is feeling a little rough compared to Holy, which is feeling pretty smooth. But you get the idea. We're taking like no damage. Oh, we do get a free Word of Glory. That's an interesting thing for Protection Paladin, is that your judgments, like every time you cast Judgment, you get a 1 holy power reduction in the cost of your next Word of Glory. So once you've judged 3 times, you get a free Word of Glory that you can cast, which is pretty nice. Top yourself off between fights, right? So nothing crazy with Protection Paladin until we get into the talents. And then once we do, we get some different stuff going on here. So for open world content, I usually take Blessed Hammer, but Holy Shield is pretty nice in dungeons. But I think we're going to take Blessed Hammer. This gives us a little bit more AoE capability, whereas Hammer of the Righteous is single target unless you're standing in Consecration. Blessed Hammer is just AoE in general. On 25, we've got Avenger's Shield hits 2 additional targets, which is just awesome. And is generally what we're going to want to take to just make that shield hit a bunch. However, if you're really not hitting multiple targets a lot, Crusader's Judgment is not bad either. This gives 2 charge to Judgment, and Grand Crusader now grants a charge of Judgment. So anytime you get the shield proc, you also get a charge for Judgment as well. So either one of those is good. Generally, I like to keep the Avenger's Shield just because on Prot, I'm probably trying to pull multiple enemies. We got our CC row here. We've got our Cavalier row as well. Here, we've got the same options again, and I still like to keep Divine Purpose. On 45, we've got Word of Glory's healing is increased by the target's missing health on any target. So, for protection, the healing on Word of Glory is increased based on missing health regardless. But this makes it so that it also applies if you cast it on someone else. Consecrated Ground makes your consecration larger. And then we have Judgment of Light. Judgment causes the next 25 successful attacks against the target to heal the attacker for 56. Any of these is kind of fine. I usually take Consecrated Ground if I'm solo, because I'm not casting Hand of the Protector on anything. And I usually don't need the healing from Judgment of Light anyway. On 50, we've got the option to extend Avenging Wrath and cause Judgment to generate 2 holy power during it. We have each holy power spent reduces the remaining cooldown on Avenging Wrath and Guardian of Ancient Kings. And then we have Final Stand. During Divine Steel Shield, all targets within 15 yards are taunted. So my usual build out here is going to be something like Blessed Hammer. And then we could try like Crusader's Judgment just for the heck of it. Cavalier, Divine Purpose, Consecrated Ground, and then here it's just kind of whatever. I think I would probably do like Righteous Protector. Alright, so here we're gonna hit that. Boom. We can judge again. Like, it already feels a little more fluid having the extra charge of Judgment. Right? Judgment also is one of the abilities we have that does a decent range. It also means we get that free holy power a lot more frequently as well. And I haven't even put out a consecration yet. So we can throw that out. Let's drop a consecration. There we go. Boom. Judge again, Avenger Shield, and execute. And we've got a free Word of Glory again. Yeah, that definitely does feel nice to have that. And we get that free Word of Glory really quick. So yeah, overall feels pretty good. You can keep yourself topped off pretty well. You've got ways to hit multiple targets. You've got a nice, sweet execute now. Yeah, overall this feels pretty good. Prot feels pretty good. The thing that kind of seals it all together for me is actually the Kyrian Covenant ability, and I can't even describe how much more fun that ability is. It throws out your Avenger Shield at 5 targets simultaneously, and it triggers all the effects of Avenger Shield, and it doesn't take the cooldown of Avenger Shield. So you can literally throw shields out at 5 different targets, then hit Avenger Shield again to hit your primary target and have that bounce around. And it's just amazing. And I think it's on like a 1-minute cooldown or a 2-minute cooldown. It's definitely short enough that you can continually cast it quite a bit. So you throw that in as like just a big chunky button you can hit, and yeah, it feels good. So let's check out a couple of these legendary items we got here. So we have each target hit by Avenger's Shield increases the damage of your next Shield of the Righteous by 40%, which we're already getting boosted damage on Shield of the Righteous because of our Judgment. So let's give this a shot. Boom, boom, boom. Judge there. Shield of the Righteous hits pretty hard. Boom. Wow, that actually hits really hard. Wow, that's a really solid crit. Anything to increase shield attacks is a plus. Absolutely. And that's where this other one comes in, actually. I want to try this one out, too. So that one I think is really nice, especially considering we have the double judgments. So that increases the damage that the target takes by 25% for the next holy power ability. Now that only applies to a single target, but I imagine like, I think we can double stack that. I'm not sure. Can we double stack it? That's the question. Can we get 50% increased damage? Boom. Boom. Not even showing up. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. It should show up as a debuff on them, but it's not. I'm gonna bug report that because I feel like it should show something on the target. Let me make sure. Yeah, it doesn't show up here either. Let's see, may not be functioning, or may... does not be showing up. All right, so let's try this other one out here. So this says your Avenger Shield has a 50% chance to have its cooldown instantly reset when used. So do we need to... I don't think we need to make any changes to our talents for that. No. So we just want to fling out the shield a bunch and hope that it like... Okay, so we did not get a reset that time. 50% chance, man. That should feel like all the time. There we go. No, I wanted this to feel like infinite shields. What up, DK? All right, let's do this. Infinite shields. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, that feels bad. Feels bad. I did put the legendary on, right? I'm like, right? What? 50%? This is feeling worse than like 10%, man. There we go. We got a proc that time. Didn't get... Wow. Is it just me or does this like proc chance seem stupidly low? For it being 50%. I've seen stuff with like 20% proc less. I mean more. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, we got a triple chain. I think that's the best we've gotten so far. General Mills says, thank you for streaming. No problem. No problem. 2. Still just got 2. Come on, give me like a 4 chain. I want a 4 chain. 2, 3. Oh. Is it like capped at 3? RNG God's not in your favor today. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is, man. Some hot garbage. 1, 2. That's it. I want 4. We're gonna sit here for 8 hours until I get 4 procs. I'm just kidding. Shield, go, 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 go. We got 1. We got 2. Oh. All right, I'm done when we get another 3 proc. Legend 50% BS. BS. 1, 2. Oh my goodness. 1. Nope. 1. 1. 1. Wow. You gotta be kidding me. I'm not asking for much. One, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4, procs no more. 5, 6. This legendary sucks. Wait, never mind. I'm too tired. I'm too tired to be dealing with this RNG right now. One. Does this mean Pally going down a spot? No, it doesn't. Like, this is just me getting frustrated at a 50% proc chance legendary not seeming, I don't know. It's obviously proccing, right? I'm hitting 2s and 3s. Like hitting 3s is pretty good, you know, because you gotta chain them in a row. I don't know. Avengers Shield just has like such a low cooldown or long cooldown. I think that's kind of what is keeping this from getting absolutely ridiculous. Let's grab a couple things here. Actually, so Prop Paladin, I feel like doing the testing here didn't change the position of it at all. But Holy Paladin actually went up quite a bit. Am I not going to get any procs for Avengers Shield now? I can't even get it to reset just normally. And Ret still feels pretty good. So, I think Paladin's still in the same sort of spot. Alright, let's do that. Oh my goodness. Did someone steal my my legendary item? Come on. I mean, like, this is kind of ridiculous anyway. 1, 2. Like, just how easily I'm killing stuff here. Am I not going to get another free 3 proc? Like, to be killing this stuff this fast on a, like, tank. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! Nice! Okay, we're ending it there. We're ending it there. That was ridiculous. We're not taking this down to some... No, that was it. That was it. We did it. Woo! It took forever, but that was 5, right? Or was it 4? I think it was 5. I couldn't tell because I was worried, like, towards the end that the target had actually died, and I was just hitting the button with no target. Yeah, end on a win for sure. Cool. All right, so let's get out of here with this paladin. Now what? Did I don't. You know what? We're going home. We're hearthing. Yeah, that was nice. That was ridiculous. But it took a lot to get there, so we'll see. All right, it's been about 4 hours, and that's about my limit, I think, on these streams. A little bit more involved in this one today because we're playing in a Warlock, which I'm not overly experienced with. You see how, like, quick we got through Paladin compared to the other ones. And then Rogue, I don't know, like, poor Rogue, just kind of really went down for me. I think based on what I've seen here, Holy Paladin, Ret Paladin can stay B tier, and Protection Paladin S tier. Actually, man, like, I don't know, Holy Paladin was pretty sweet. But either way, Paladin's still up there for me. So right now, let's take a look here real quick. Give some updates at the end of the testing here. Oh, thanks. It's just gonna kick me out the game. Why not? Okay, so I've done deep dives for every class, every specialization, and just checked out, like, what do they look like compared to BFA. And now I'm doing these testings where I get in and I check out the talent builds. So, Warrior, Fury, absolutely insane. Love it. Prot actually has a pretty sweet outdoor content build where you just shield slam a million times. So, Warrior, pretty high up on my list. Hunter, mediocre, except Marksman feels really good. But with the fact that the other 2 specs do feel pretty mediocre in terms of fun for me, the chances of it actually being a Covenant main are pretty low, even though I have it in there. It's in there because who knows how many I'm actually going to end up with, right? Haven't done the testing on Mage. Rogue just totally dropped off the face of the earth for me with this stream. Not because it's bad, but just because, man, it drained my soul doing Rogue. Drained my soul. Priest, I haven't done testing yet because I'm waiting on some bug fixes, so we're gonna have to wait on a patch for Priest, I think. Or we might just do Priest and then come back around when the patch comes out and the ability is fixed, and then we can try out Priest. There's a shadow build that I want to use, but the ability that is like central to trying it out is bugged. It's supposed to reset the cooldown on your execute ability, but it's currently not resetting the cooldown. So the idea is that you flow from one enemy to the other, and you deal a bunch of damage, you execute, and then that execute gets reset, gives you resources to do all your big damage, and then you execute and it gets reset. But right now it's not resetting the cooldown on the execute, which means that what happens is you do a bunch of damage to an enemy, execute, do a bunch of damage, and nothing. You just have to kill it normally, and then the next enemy you can do a bunch of damage and execute. So that like rotation, that ability is like super core to that build, and until it's fixed, I can't really test Shadow Priest the way that I want to test it. Warlock, man, Warlock is feeling super fun. I think this is easily going to be like my top caster for Shadowlands, and if I end up wanting to pick, I probably am going to end up wanting to pick at least one cloth wearer as like a Covenant main, and like Warlock is where it's at. I think Demonology is fun. I think Affliction is absolutely awesome. I'm really loving what they've done with Affliction. So Warlock has gone way up. I've never even would have considered this as a main or a Covenant main prior to testing. Paladin, still pretty high. I'm actually really interested in trying out all the shenanigans with the healing aspect. Prot feels good, has always felt good since I've been playing it, but I've never mained it. So also has the appeal of like it's another class that I haven't actually mained before. Druid, I haven't done the testing yet. Shaman, haven't done the testing yet. Monk was super high before I did testing, and after testing it is super low. I think to the point that if I don't already have it like C tier, Brewmaster C tier, Mistweaver and Windwalker are B tier. I think actually Windwalker is going C tier, and I'll keep Mistweaver in B tier just because I want to try out Fist Weaving with all the changes if I end up getting the legendary. Monk's gone down quite a bit. And Death Knight is what I mained in Legion. I played the hell out of Death Knight in Legion, and I leveled it up and everything in BFA. Not a lot of changes were made. Not a whole lot of changes were made for DK with Shadowlands either, but there's been enough little tweaks, and when you throw in the Covenant ability on top of that, and like the soul binds or the soul binds and the conduits, like I think like everything DK right now feels really good. Blood feels really good. Frost seems really good with the two-handers and just like slamming in crunchy obliterates, which got a new animation. Those sound great. And then Unholy actually was a ton of fun when I played it yesterday, especially once I started grabbing some of the legendaries and changing up the talent builds and stuff. And Unholy is a specialization that I've almost never played for a significant portion of time when I play Death Knight. It's always like Blood, so I get instant Qs for tanking, or Frost is what I usually run out there and like do open world stuff with, but Unholy's got some cool stuff going on. So Death Knight, even though I mained it in Legion and I was like, I'm not maining DK again for Shadowlands, it's gone way up. It's fun in a way that's familiar, but it's got enough things that I can do to change it up, and it's got an entire spec that I feel like is mostly untouched by me, so it's actually gone up quite a bit as well. So that talent is bugged. Which talent? So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at in terms of where the classes are. I'm going to update my little Trello board and make sure like that's kind of reflecting it. As far as what's left to test, we've still got Mage, we've got Priest, we've got Druid, Shaman, and Demon Hunter. So I'm not sure when the next stream will be. but it's not going to be tomorrow because tomorrow, Thursday, I have to go in to work super early, so I'm not going to be. That's a weird like sleep adjustment. It'll probably be Thursday, is when the next stream will be, and yeah, we'll see what we'll check out then. Not too many classes left to go. 5 of them. 2 of them are cloth wearers, which means it's probably going to be awkward testing there. Shaman is still just in a weird spot. Demon Hunter is basically the same as BFA, so that one's probably going to be really boring. And then Druid is all over the damn place. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be weird. Word of Death reset. Oh, yeah. That one's bugged. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. That's going to end the stream, you guys. Thanks for joining me, as always. Thanks for hanging out, watching the streams. Hope you enjoyed them. Don't forget to give the stream a like if you've been having fun checking out the videos, checking out the classes, doing these like deep dive testings with me. Sorry for the lull in excitement during Rogue. Like, it really just, they sapped my soul is what they did. They sapped my soul, and got it back for Paladin. So that was nice. It's good that Rogue was like in the middle of that, and then we got to end it on the good note with all the Avengers Shield procs on the Protection Paladin with that legendary. So I don't feel too bad about that. Don't forget to sub to the channel if you're interested in more content like this and guides when I start putting those out. I'm doing a lot of testing so I can put those guides out. That's kind of the goal. Also, I know some people have been talking about not getting notifications when I live stream and stuff. You got to make sure that on the channel, if you are subscribed, if you want to know whenever I do anything, you got to hit that bell right next to the subscribe button. So if you're not aware of that and you want to know like all the notifications, me going live, posting videos, all that stuff, make sure you hit the bell. That's my YouTube spiel. Going from nights to days suck. Yeah, that's true. But I'm just going to power through it and then take a nap. So, all right, I'm going to go find fried rice. Was that? I think my wife was making fried rice, or I'm going to Taco Bell or something. I don't know. I'm off tomorrow, so it's all up in the air. You guys have fun. Hope you're enjoying the footage. Like I said, hope you get into the beta soon. Hope we get a new build of the beta that gives us rogue legendaries and all that kind of good stuff. But until then, I'm just going to keep testing like I've been testing. Hope you're having fun in whatever it is that you're doing. And as always, I'll see you in the next video or stream. Peace.